which have come up. So these sensors are actually can measure.
No, it's not. Yeah, you need to. हेलो वॉइस नहीं आ रही नो वॉइस हाँ नहीं वॉइस नहीं आ रही है बड़ी समस्या है यहाँ पे तो आ रही है लेकिन इसमें नहीं आ रही
The person you are calling is not answering. Please call again later. आप जिस व्यक्ति को कॉल कर रहे हैं वह अभी कॉल नहीं ले पा रहे हैं कृपया कुछ समय बाद कॉल करें
वॉइस इज नॉट कमिंग अगर वो उसमें ऐसा होगा तो फिर बड़ी इश्यू हो जाएगी यही है वॉइस इज नॉट कमिंग
ये बंद कर दिया क्या
ये है ना
ये दिखाओ एक मिनट
अभी टेस्ट कर लो ठीक है सब पूरा
वही कर रहे हैं बंद कर
टाइम नहीं लगेगा।
Hello, I'm Nidhi Kumar and welcome to the show Eye on Air Health. Today, in the fast-growing world, we are facing air pollution as one of the most significant issues. Most of the cities in India are enlisted in the world's highly polluted cities. In recent times, the cause of this pollution has been a hot topic of debate and media attention. More than anything else, on the parallel, there is an advancement in air quality monitoring and data-driven science behind the cause of air pollution. I take this opportunity to scientifically engage our society with one of the most critical challenges of our times. Today, I'm pleased to introduce in our studio two very eminent guests, professors from India's leading institutes who have been working in this field. Our first speaker is Dr. Prashant Gargawa. He is Member Secretary, Central Pollution Board. Prashant Gargawa has a PhD in Environmental Engineering field of environmental management, particularly in environmental policies and urban air quality management. He's a multifaceted environmental professional with extensive experience in academic and research as well as international exposure. We welcome you. Our second speaker is Dr. Manju Mohan. She is the head of the Center of Atmospheric Studies, Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. She has worked keenly on the impact of urbanization of weather, climate and air pollution, air quality measurements and modeling for regulatory applications, chemical transport modeling and atmospheric pollution studies. We welcome you. Thank you for joining us. My first question goes out to you, Prashant sir. Can you tell us why we need to monitor air quality, especially in the urban areas?
The National Ambient Air Quality Standards that were notified in 2009 under EP and Air Pollution Act essentially would tell us whether air quality is within acceptable limit or not. So that's the sort of a benchmark. Now to assess where air quality for the parameters that were defined in the standard, we need to measure them. And therefore we need to have different monitoring techniques to see as to what are their concentration in the ambient air. Especially in urban areas wherein you have multiple activities that generate emissions, that generate air pollution. Our Central Pollution Control Board has set up a network for more than 350 towns and cities, wherein different parameters are being monitored using different techniques, which tell us their levels and then help us in identifying as to which are the urban areas where air pollution levels are much higher than the acceptable limits. So that's why air quality monitoring becomes extremely important. Based on the data, we have been able to identify 122 towns and cities which are non-attainment. We also are able to identify as to which are the parameters that are critical. In most of our cities, it is particulate matter which is of major concern. So this network, you have manual monitoring systems, you automatic monitoring systems. We'll talk about that later. Will give us the data which are essentially used to make policies and then also decide the management strategies for improving air quality in urban areas.
Which is very, very important.
So
yes.
For the management, you have measurement in the first place. Then one has to look for what are the sources, what are their contribution, what are the different options available in terms of long-term solutions or the short-term enforcement activities that would help reducing emissions from these sources. So that's how you try to manage
air quality,
air quality in an urban area to have long-term sustained basis air quality, and also if there are short-term peaks because of either enhancement in certain activities, for example during Diwali or crop residue burning period, you have additional sources come in, or there could be meteorological factors when you have low winds.
And we'll talk to ma'am about the meteorological features as you mentioned. But before that, Dr. Manju, can you tell us more about air quality management now in the urban and rural areas both, and how do you measure that?
Let me tell you, as Dr. Prashant Gargwa mentioned, that air quality monitoring is very important. It's like to know the health of the air, we need to know what is the air quality at a given place. And now there are different methods to do the monitoring. Real-time analyzers are there to do the monitoring, but recently you have the sensors which have come up. So these sensors are actually can measure the air quality. These are very cheap and also uses low battery consumption. Is not these are battery based as well as very cost effective. And so our network is very strong in the cities, major cities, but what we are lacking is the less measurement capabilities in the rural areas. Also, I would like to add that 15 out of 20 cities in the world having the highest pollution are existing in India. So the situation is really
Alarming,
severe
absolutely,
and
yes.
alarming, and we need to do something immediately to take
Absolutely,
care of
as
this.
you rightly said, all of us have a fundamental right to breathe. And we are not supposed to be breathing in a gas chamber, as a lot of people have been calling the capital of India. I'd like to ask you here, sir, to add to what ma'am has said, how do you think garbage management plays a role? As even that was supposed to be a big pollutant, which all of us, somehow looked at with very colored eyes.
Including Delhi, we have been able to identify the prominent sources and then also able to quantify the contribution. Now, Delhi NCR, if I take an example, garbage burning is one of the major sources that contribute to air pollution levels. In addition to vehicles, the road dust, construction activities, industries, power plants. So garbage is certainly one of the major causes of air pollution level in most of the urban areas. Under 2016 waste management rules, now many towns and cities, they are preparing action plans. They have started segregating the waste at source, collection at source, and then segregated waste transportation, and then also creating infrastructure for processing of this waste. So in the years to come, when we are able to put in this infrastructure in place, when we are able to manage the garbage, it will help reducing air pollution levels in urban areas. So it's important.
And I would like to add that these landfill sites ultimately causes a lot of pollution. Methane is emitted, there is fire around these landfill sites. That's also an additional source of pollution. So hydrogen sulfide is also emitted from that.
She talked
and welcome. You're watching our program on fog prediction. Friends, nature and natural phenomena are amazing, and so is their interaction with human minds. Restricting to weather, some of its shades elevate our moods, while others cause distress, both physically and mentally. Onslaught of fog is one such disturbing melody which hits northern India every year during winters and plays havoc with lives of people. And of course, economy also gets a blow. Friends, if we predict fog accurately in advance, the loss will be minimized and the people along with stakeholder agencies will get an opportunity to reorient their schedules and activity accordingly. Hence of late, scientists have started chasing fog from its origin to dissipation and to target their prediction for fog formation accurately. But how it's happening, let's see.
Fog, called Kora or Dhund in Hindi, has been an enigma and mystery for masses. No wonder loss of proper visibility sparked many suspense stories in Indian cinema, which are now milestones. But the fact remains, fog is a hard-hitting weather hazard which India experiences every winter. The Indo-Gangetic Basin, IGB, encompassing northern India experiences fog during December-January due to favorable meteorological conditions. The Indo-Gangetic Plains spread across northern parts of India, Pakistan and Bangladesh is a hotspot for fog formation during winter. During winter season, the Indo-Gangetic Basin suffer from a series of alternate low and high pressure systems which move from west to east, leading to intense haze and fog in the region. During this period, the temperature also reaches its minimum value with increased frequency of western disturbances. These conditions are ideal for accumulation of pollutants within the boundary layer and often result in fog formation over the IG plains. Every year, fog formation is believed to create numerous health hazards, economic loss, and cross-country transportation of aerosols. It has attracted the global scientific community's attention to address the uncertainties pertaining to its formation and physico-chemical properties.
Fog occurrence over Indo-Gangetic Plain is very unique. Nowhere in the world one gets such a very huge cover of fog at a single time. And also the duration, if one see, sometimes Delhi or Lucknow, the airport gate close as early as 8 p.m. And then one has to wait till next day 10 a.m. So duration also very long.
We all are familiar with fog, but have you wondered what it is or how it forms? Put simply, fog is a cloud at the surface. Meteorologically, when visibility falls below 1000 meter with relative humidity greater than 75%, we call it fog. However, smog is defined as combination of fog and smoke when there is low visibility and low humidity. Like a cloud, fog is made up of millions of tiny water droplets or ice crystals that form when air is cooled close to the Earth's surface and water vapor within it condenses. These droplets are light enough to remain suspended in the air. Fog is a complicated yet simple weather event in which the visibility in air drops to less than 1 kilometer. The typical necessary condition which helps fog formation is overnight cooling of land by thermal radiation, which in turn cools the air close to the surface. This reduces ability of the air to hold moisture or water vapors, which are otherwise present normally in the air and are popularly referred as humidity. Gradually, when water vapors completely saturate the air, the water drops start to condense. That is, the gas turns back into liquid or water. These droplets of water remain suspended in the air and appear as thick haze, called fog. Hence, we may call fog as a visible mass consisting of cloud water droplets suspended in the air or near the land surface. There are several different types of fog, each forming under different conditions. Depending on the origin and formation, 6 different types of fogs are identified across the world. But the fog on Indian landmass is typically radiative fog and advective fog. Radiation Fog forms in situ at night under clear, cold and relatively calm conditions when water vapor close to the cold ground condenses as it cools. This fog is localized event and mostly formed in the morning, lasting for few hours. Advection fog forms when moist warm air flows over a relatively cold surface and is cooled. When this happens, the air can no longer hold moisture and so condenses, forming fog. Normally during November to mid-December and in the month of February, radiation fog occur in North India. During peak winter of mid-December to end January, North India gets covered with mix of advective fog and radiation fog. Dropping of visibility in significant proportions causes serious road accidents, halts train journeys resulting long delays, and also leads to diversion or cancellation of flights. Agricultural operations also get affected badly. Power sector also feels the pinch. All this adds to large-scale miseries of people and also hit the economy. Dense fog, characterized by dropping of visibility below 200 meters, is a serious issue of concern for general public, whether scientists and stakeholder agencies all alike. On an average, 62 to 80 days of fog, when visibility drops to less than 1000 meters, hit the North India every year, but their number, intensity, and duration are rising steadily, giving sleepless nights to concerned agencies. India morning poor visibility days have increased from 6.7% to 27.3% days. Land use changes and increasing pollution in the region are mainly responsible for growing fogginess. Major part of North and Northeast India being covered by three major rivers, that is Indus, Brahmaputra and Ganges. The area often gets high moisture, helping the fog to remain for longer time. Hence, recently fog prediction has taken a center stage on the weather-related research agenda.
We use cloud droplet probe to measure the fog particles, which lies in the diameter range from 2 micron to 50 micron. And from that probe, we get data every second, and from there we can construct the fog drop size distribution. And that will give you the microphysics of fog and how it evaluated over time. And we can parameterize those drop size distributions that can actually help in the prediction of fog.
In recent times, fog has taken form due to presence of large amounts of pollutant, smoke and aerosols trapped in the air. Called as smog, these layers disturb the basic structure of fog and become extremely dangerous for people, especially to those suffering from respiratory disorders.
The thick blanket of fog becomes a trigger for asthmatic attack and other respiratory problems in morning walkers due to dip in a temperature and foggy conditions. Fog by itself does not affect the health, but the pollutants which are entangled in the fog are responsible for asthmatic and other respiratory diseases. Exposure to smog can lead to several different types of short-term health problems due to its ozone content. Ozone are useful when they are present in upper atmosphere, but they are harmful when they are present near the ground level. While we cannot change the environment in which we are living, but yes, we can reduce the impact it has on our respiratory problems. We need to stay ahead of the curve by monitoring the weather forecast.
Fog has bad effects when it has more smoke concentration, but during peak winter, it works as a scavenger and cleans the air when it dissipates. Fog cloud can be tapped for collection of the water called water fetching in the desert areas like it is done in Chile.
Let's take a short break now, but we will return soon and see how climate scientists have collaborated to understand fog better and improve forecasting.
India Science is an internet-based science TV channel initiated by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, implemented and managed by Vigyan Prasar.
किसमें भेजा?
India Science on the URL www.indiascience.in is a bilingual channel with content in Hindi and English. It can be accessed on any internet-enabled device. This video platform is dedicated to science and technology knowledge dissemination with a strong commitment to spreading scientific awareness, especially with Indian perspectives, ethos and cultural context. The India Science mobile app can be downloaded from the Google Play Store and Apple Store.
Welcome back to the program on fog prediction. Now we will see how there is improvement in fog forecasting skills during the last 4 years due to new projects initiated by Ministry of Earth Sciences.
In recent years, climate scientists have been collaborating to understand fog better and improve forecasting. Though it is not possible to exactly predict the duration of fog, but preparations are in place to minimize its effects on aviation and transport sector. There has been a drastic improvement in the fog monitoring and forecasting systems at IGI Airport during winter of 2014-18 compared to those of 2010-2014 because of successful and effective implementation of new projects initiated by the Ministry of Earth Sciences. These are installation of 13 indigenous runway visibility measuring instrument Drishti, Winter Fog Experiment VIFEX, Forecast Demonstration Project Fog in 2014-18 and the new INSAT 3D based fog detection system for RGB fog product. There has been a nominal improvement of fog forecast scale, generic forecast, during the recent 4 years. Two premier scientific institutions of country, New Delhi-based India Meteorological Department IMD, Tropical Meteorology IITM join hands together to improve fog prediction scale. The IGI Airport is the worst hit airport in India, so it was chosen as the primary site for the experiment. A collaborative mission called Winter Fog Experiment VIFEX was implemented during 2015-2018 consecutively for 3 winters to observe various patterns and parameters of fog formation. It is important that we know about fog, its kit, and how do we kind of predict it. So with that in mind, Ministry of Earth Sciences has started as VIFEX to understand the fog. This is being done currently at 2 places, one in Delhi's IGI Airport and one at Hisar, and there help to improve fog prediction. Winter Fog Experiment VIFEX helps in understanding different physical scientists experiment regarding the atmospheric aerosols aerosols which are really responsible for the fog generation and suspension are being studied like carbonaceous aerosols, sulfate aerosols. VIFEX was launched with twin objective. First, to develop better now
pollution is the most significant global environmental and have been advocating and implementing several programs and initiatives in the last few decades to fight this non-governmental organizations, civil society, citizens, and academic and R&D institutions to discuss opportunities and challenges to address the problem. I am sure that the event has provided some actionable and implementable solutions. I am hopeful that the activity has been able to achieve the or take public transportation wherever and whenever possible. We must reduce heating needs by making our house more energy efficient. We must say no to wood fire burning. Most importantly, we must reduce reuse and recycling. There are more than 100 simple things that each one of us can do to keep the environment clean and healthy. In the last tenure of the BJP government, I had the good fortune to implement some innovative programs that can help reduce pollution and clean up our
हाँ शिव जी, हाँ जी,
नमस्कार, आप सभी का स्वागत है हमारे खास प्रोग्राम फॉग प्रेडिक्शन में। प्रकृति और उसकी सुंदरता हमेशा से हमारे दिमाग में अपनी एक अलग पहचान बनाए हुए है। अगर खराब मौसम को छोड़ दें तो प्रकृति की गोद में बैठने से न सिर्फ हमारी थकान और चिंताएं दूर होती हैं, बल्कि हम खुद भी तरोताजा महसूस करते हैं। लेकिन जहाँ प्रकृति एक खुशनुमा पहलू हमें जिंदगी से भर देता है, वहीं उसका दूसरा पहलू हमें परेशान भी करता है। इसी में से एक है फॉग, जो नॉर्दर्न इंडिया को हर साल ठंड के मौसम में अपनी चपेट में ले लेता है और लोगों के चलने की रफ्तार को कम कर देता है, जिसका बुरा असर इकोनॉमी पर भी पड़ता है। अगर हम फॉग के आने को सही पहले ही जान लें तो न सिर्फ होने वाले नुकसान को कम कर पाएंगे, बल्कि लोगों की जिंदगियों को भी आसान कर पाएंगे। अब वैज्ञानिकों ने फॉग का सही अनुमान लगाना शुरू कर दिया है, लेकिन ये हुआ कैसे, आइए देखते हैं।
फॉग, कोहरा या धुंध आम लोगों के लिए एक पहेली और रहस्य रहा है। कोई आश्चर्य नहीं कि धुंध में घने अंधेरे ने भारतीय सिनेमा की कई बेहतरीन फिल्मों को जन्म दिया, जो आज मील का पत्थर हैं। लेकिन वास्तविक तथ्य यही है कि कोहरा मौसम का एक रौद्र रूप है, जिसे भारत को हर सर्दियों में झेलना पड़ता है। दिसंबर से जनवरी के दौरान अनुकूल मौसमी दिशाओं के कारण सिंधु गंगा के मैदानी क्षेत्र में कोहरे का विकट प्रकोप होता है। भारत के उत्तरी भाग, पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश तक विस्तृत सिंधु गंगा के मैदान सर्दियों के दौरान कोहरा बनने के सबसे अनुकूल स्थान हैं। सर्दियों में सिंधु गंगा के मैदानों में ये बारी बारी कम और उच्च दाब की दशाओं की श्रृंखला पनपती है, जो पश्चिम से पूर्व की ओर से चलकर क्षेत्र में गहरी धुंध और कोहरा उत्पन्न करती है। इस दौरान तापमान भी लगभग न्यूनतम पर पहुंच जाता है और पश्चिमी विक्षोभ की घटनाएं भी बढ़ जाती हैं। बनती हैं। प्रत्येक वर्ष कोहरे के प्रकोप से अनेक स्वास्थ्य समस्याएं उत्पन्न होती हैं और आर्थिक नुकसान होता है और एरासोल का देश भर में प्रवाह हो जाता है। कोहरा बनने से जुड़ी अनिश्चितताओं और इसके भौतिक रासायनिक गुणों से संबंधित पहलुओं ने वैश्विक विज्ञान समुदाय को आकर्षित किया है।
सिंधु गंगा के मैदानों में कोहरा बनना बहुत अनूठा है। दुनिया में कहीं भी
लेकिन क्या कभी सोचा कि यह क्या है, कैसे बनता है? सीधे समझें तो कोहरा जमीन पर तैरता बादल है। मौसम वैज्ञानिक रूप से जब दृश्यता 1000 मीटर से कम और सापेक्षिक आर्द्रता 75% से अधिक हो जाती है तो हम इसे कोहरा कहते हैं। परंतु फॉग और स्मोक के मेल को स्मॉग कहा जाता है, जिसमें कम दृश्यता के साथ आर्द्रता भी कम होती है। बादल की तरह कोहरा भी पानी की लाखों सूक्ष्म बूंदों या बर्फ के कणों से बनता है, जो धरती की सतह के पास की हवा ठंडी होने और इनके भीतर की जल वाष्प के संघनित होने से बनती है। हल्की होने के कारण ये हवा में तैरती रहती है। कोहरा एक जटिल लेकिन सामान्य मौसमी घटना है, जिसमें हवा में दृश्यता 1 किलोमीटर से भी कम हो जाती है। तापीय विकिरण से रात भर भूमि की सतह का ठंडा होना कोहरा बनने की विशिष्ट आवश्यक दशा है, जो सतह के पास की हवा को भी ठंडा कर देती है। इससे हवा की नमी या जलवाष्प धारण करने की क्षमता कम हो जाती है, जो सामान्य रूप से हवा में मौजूद होती है और जिसे आमतौर पर आर्द्रता कहा जाता है। धीरे धीरे जब जल वाष्प से हवा पूरी तरह संतृप्त हो जाती है तो पानी की बूंदें संघनित होने लगती हैं और यह गैस एक बार फिर पानी या हवा में बदल जाती है। पानी की यही बूंदें हवा में तैरती रहती हैं और घनी धुंध या कोहरे की तरह नजर आती हैं। इसलिए हम कोहरे को दिखाई देने वाला एक ऐसा पुंज कह सकते हैं जिसमें बादल जैसी पानी की बूंदें हवा में या सतह के पास तैरती रहती हैं। कोहरा कई प्रकार का होता है और प्रत्येक अलग दशा में बनता है। उत्पत्ति और विकास के आधार पर विश्व में 6 प्रकार के कोहरे की पहचाने की गई हैं, लेकिन भारत में आमतौर पर रेडिएटिव और एडवेक्टिव 2 प्रकार का कोहरा होता है। रेडिएटिव कोहरा साफ, ठंडी और अपेक्षाकृत शांत दशाओं वाले स्थान पर बनता है, जबकि ठंडी सतह के पास की जल वाष्प ठंडी होकर संघनित होने लगती है। यह कोहरा स्थानीय स्तर पर ज्यादातर सुबह के समय बनता है और कुछ घंटों में छट जाता है। एडवेक्टिव कोहरा तब बनता है जब नम गर्म हवा अपेक्षाकृत ठंडी सतह पर बहती है और ठंडी हो जाती है। इस दशा में हवा नमी को धारण नहीं कर पाती और संघनित हो जाती है। इस तरह कोहरा बनता है। आमतौर पर नवंबर के मध्य से दिसंबर तक और फिर फरवरी में उत्तर भारत में रेडिएटिव कोहरा बनता है, जबकि मध्य दिसंबर से जनवरी अंत की कड़ाके की सर्दी के दौरान एडवेक्टिव और रेडिएटिव कोहरे के संयोग से उत्तर भारत ठंडा रहता है। दृश्यता में भारी कमी आने से गंभीर सड़क दुर्घटनाएं होती हैं। रेलगाड़ियां रुकने से यात्रा में लंबी देरी होती है और उड़ानों को रद्द या मार्ग परिवर्तन करना पड़ता है। कृषि कार्य भी सार्थक रूप से प्रभावित होते हैं। बिजली क्षेत्र भी प्रभावित होता है। इन सब से लोग गहरी परेशानी में फंस जाते हैं और अर्थव्यवस्था पर भी प्रतिकूल प्रभाव पड़ता है। घना कोहरा जिसमें दृश्यता 200 मीटर से भी कम हो जाती है, आम जनता, मौसम वैज्ञानिकों और संबंधित एजेंसियों सभी के लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। उत्तर भारत में हर साल औसतन 62 से 80 दिन कोहरा पड़ता है, जिसमें दृश्यता 1000 मीटर से भी कम हो जाती है, परंतु इनकी संख्या, गहनता और अवधि निरंतर बढ़ रही है, जिससे संबंधित एजेंसियों में व्याकुलता है। भारत में कम दृश्यता वाली सुबहों की दर 6.7% से बढ़कर 27.3% हो गई है। इस क्षेत्र में भूमि उपयोग में बदलाव और प्रदूषण में बढ़त मुख्य रूप से कोहरे में बढ़ते प्रकोप के लिए जिम्मेदार है। उत्तर भारत के अधिकांश भाग और उत्तर पूर्व भारत में मुख्य रूप से 3 नदियां बहती हैं, सिंधु, ब्रह्मपुत्र और गंगा। इससे क्षेत्र में अधिक नमी बनी रहती है, जिससे कोहरा लंबे समय तक टिका रहता है। इसलिए हाल ही में कोहरे के पूर्वानुमान को मौसम संबंधित अनुसंधान में प्रमुखता दी गई है।
हमने कोहरे के 2 से 50 माइक्रोन व्यास वाले कणों को मापने के लिए क्लाउड ड्रॉपलेट प्रोब का इस्तेमाल किया और इससे हमें हर सेकंड डेटा मिलता रहा। इससे हमने कोहरे में उसकी बूंदों में आकार के वितरण को देखा। इससे कोहरे की सूक्ष्म भौतिकी सामने आई और समय के साथ साथ ये कैसे बना ये भी पता चला। हम बूंदों के आकार के वितरण को आधार बना सकते हैं। ये कोहरे के पूर्वानुमान में सहायक होगा।
हाल ही में हवा में बड़ी मात्रा में प्रदूषकों, धुआं और एरासोल मौजूद होने के कारण इसे स्मॉग कहते हैं और यह लोगों के स्वास्थ्य के लिए, विशेष रूप से सांस के रोगियों के लिए बहुत खतरनाक है।
कम तापमान और कोहरे के कारण सुबह सैर पर जाने वालों के लिए कोहरे की मोटी चादर दमा के दौरे और सांस की अन्य समस्याओं की वजह बन जाती है। कोहरा अपने आप में सेहत को प्रभावित नहीं करता, लेकिन कोहरे में मौजूद प्रदूषण दमा और सांस के रोगों के लिए जिम्मेदार होते हैं। स्मॉग में मौजूद ओजोन के कारण इससे संपर्क में आने पर कई प्रकार की अल्पकालिक स्वास्थ्य समस्याएं उत्पन्न हो जाती हैं। ऊपरी वातावरण में मौजूद ओजोन उपयोगी होती है, लेकिन जमीन के पास मौजूद होने पर यह हानिकारक हो जाती है। हम जिस पर्यावरण में रह रहे हैं उसे बदल नहीं सकते, लेकिन हाँ, हमारी सांस की समस्याओं पर इसके प्रभाव को कम अवश्य कर सकते हैं। हमें मौसम के पूर्वानुमान को सटीक बनाकर इससे एक कदम आगे रहने की जरूरत है।
जब कोहरे में धुआं ज्यादा होता है तो इससे बुरे प्रभाव पड़ते हैं, परंतु कड़ाके की सर्दी में यह जब छंटता है तो हवा को साफ करने का काम करता है। रेगिस्तानी इलाकों में कोहरे के बादलों से पानी प्राप्त किया जा सकता है, जैसा चिली में किया जा रहा है।
वक्त हो चला है एक छोटे से ब्रेक का, लेकिन कहीं जाइएगा नहीं, क्योंकि हमारा खास प्रोग्राम फॉग प्रेडिक्शन ब्रेक के बाद भी जारी रहेगा। तो मिलते हैं ब्रेक के बाद।
इंडिया साइंस विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग द्वारा शुरू किया गया है, जिसका कार्यान्वयन और प्रबंधन
I'm Nidhi Kumar and welcome to the show Eye on Air Health. Today, in the fast-growing world, we are facing air pollution as one of the most significant issues. Most of the cities in India are enlisted in the world's highly polluted cities. In recent times, the cause of this pollution has been a hot topic of debate and media attention. More than anything else, on the parallel, there is an advancement in air quality monitoring and data-driven science behind the cause of air pollution. I take this opportunity to scientifically engage our society with one of the most critical challenges of our times. Today, I'm pleased to introduce in our studio two very eminent guests, professors from India's leading institutes who have been working in this field. Our first speaker is Dr. Prashant Gargawa. He is Member Secretary, Central Pollution Board. Prashant Gargawa has a PhD in Environmental Engineering and more than 28 years of progressive and varied experience in the field of environmental management, particularly in environmental policies and urban air quality management. He's a multifaceted environmental professional with extensive experience in academic and research as well as international exposure. We welcome you. Our second speaker is Dr. Manju Mohan. She is the head of the Center of Atmospheric Studies, Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. She has worked keenly on the impact of urbanization of weather, climate and air pollution, air quality measurements and modeling for regulatory applications, chemical transport modeling and atmospheric pollution studies. We welcome you. Thank you for joining us. My first question goes out to you, Prashant sir. Can you tell us why we need to monitor air quality, especially in the urban areas?
The National Ambient Air Quality Standards that were notified in 2009 under EP and Air Pollution Act essentially would tell us whether air quality is within acceptable limit or not. So that's the sort of benchmark. Now to assess where air quality for the parameters that were defined in the standard, we need to measure them. And therefore we need to have different monitoring techniques to see as to what are their concentration in the ambient air. Especially in urban areas wherein you have multiple activities that generate emissions, that generate air pollution. Our Central Pollution Control Board has set up a network for more than 350 towns and cities, wherein different parameters are being monitored using different techniques, which tell us their levels and then help us in identifying as to which of the urban areas where air pollution levels are much higher than the acceptable limits. So that's why air quality monitoring becomes extremely important. Based on the data, we have been able to identify 122 towns and cities which are non-attainment. We also are able to identify as to which are the parameters that are critical. In most of our cities, it is particulate matter which is of major concern. So this network, you have manual monitoring systems, you automatic monitoring systems. We'll talk about that later. Will give us the data which are essentially used to make policies and then also decide the management strategies for improving air quality in urban areas.
Which is very, very important.
So
yes.
For the management, you have measurement in the first place. Then one has to look for what are the sources, what are their contribution, what are the different options available in terms of long-term solutions or the short-term enforcement activities that would help reducing emissions from these sources. So that's how you try to manage
air quality,
air quality in an urban area to have long-term sustained basis air quality, and also if there are short-term peaks because of either enhancement in certain activities, for example, during Diwali or crop residue burning period, you have additional sources come in, or there could be meteorological, factors when you have low winds.
And we'll talk to ma'am about the meteorological features as you mentioned. But before that, Dr. Manju, can you tell us more about air quality management now in the urban and rural areas both, and how do you measure that?
Let me tell you, as Dr. Prashant Gargwa mentioned, that air quality monitoring is very important. It's like to know the health of the air, we need to know what is the air quality at a given place. And now there are different methods to do the monitoring. Real-time analyzers are there to do the monitoring, but recently you have the sensors which have come up. So these sensors are actually can measure the air quality. These are very cheap and also uses low battery consumption. Is not these are battery based as well as very cost effective. And so our network is very strong in the cities, major cities, but what we are lacking is the less measurement capabilities in the rural areas. Also, I would like to add that 15 out of 20 cities in the world having the highest pollution are existing in India. So the situation is really
alarming.
And alarming, and we need to do something immediately to take care of this.
As you rightly said, all of us have a fundamental right to breathe, and we are not supposed to be breathing in a gas chamber, as a lot of people have been calling the capital of India. I'd like to ask you here, sir, to add to what ma'am has said, how do you think garbage management plays a role, as even that was supposed to be a big pollutant, which all of us, somehow looked at with very colored eyes, and now it's become a part of our everyday life.
In many towns and cities, when source apportionment studies are conducted, including Delhi, we have been able to identify the prominent sources and then also able to quantify the contribution. Now, Delhi NCR, if I take an example, garbage burning is one of the major sources that contribute to air pollution levels, in addition to vehicles, the road dust, construction activities, industries, power plants. So garbage is certainly one of the major causes of air pollution level in most of the urban areas. Under 2016 waste management rules, now many towns and cities, they are preparing action plans. They have started segregating the waste at source, collection at source, and then segregated waste transportation, and then also creating infrastructure for processing of this waste. So in the years to come, when we are able to put in this infrastructure in place, when we are able to manage the garbage, it will help reducing air pollution levels in urban areas. So it's important.
And I would like to add that these landfill sites ultimately causes a lot of pollution. Methane is emitted, there is fire around these landfill sites. That's also an additional source of pollution. So hydrogen sulfide is also emitted from that.
She talked about this, legacy waste, the dump sites that we already have. 3 you have in Delhi, and then many other urban areas we have. CPCB has brought out a guideline how do we manage this legacy waste. There is a way you bioremediate this legacy waste, minimize, try to make use of the waste that has been accumulated. So there is a guideline for that as well.
There is a guideline because
many cities are working on those guidelines to handle the legacy waste problem.
And I think it's prevalent now even in our households. You have a green packet and a red packet and a blue packet. And on that note now, we're going in for a short break. Stay tuned. When we come back, we'll talk more about landfills and methane emission.
India Science is an internet-based science TV channel initiated by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, implemented and managed by Vigyan Prasar. India Science on the URL www.indiascience.in is a bilingual channel with content in Hindi and English. It can be accessed on any internet-enabled device. This video platform is dedicated to science and technology knowledge dissemination with a strong commitment to spreading scientific awareness, especially with Indian perspectives, ethos and cultural context. The India Science mobile app can be downloaded from the Google Play Store and Apple Store.
Welcome back on our show, Eye on Air Health, and we are discussing the paradigm shifts in advanced air quality monitoring. So we were talking to you, Dr. Manju, before this about landfills, and as you mentioned about, the methane gases and such like gases giving rise to a lot of toxicity in the air. But on that note, I'd like to ask you another question. What do you think about the odd-even formula that was implemented in Delhi a short while back and also in 2016? How effective was that?
Using 2016 odd-even experiment data, we tried to look at the data. It was done in January, and then again it was done in April. And what we found was in the second time in April, rather than improvement in the air quality what we expected, on the other hand, it increased. And people were wondering, like, why we are reducing the emissions, the vehicles are less still, we have the higher concentrations. And I think what we figured out in our analysis of the data was that the meteorological conditions were not favoring it. The wind speed were low during those periods, and they were really significantly low. I think it's not only the emissions, Nidhi. I would also like to point out it is the dispersal capability of the atmosphere also on which the air quality would depend upon. There's a parameter we call ventilation coefficient. Now this ventilation coefficient is related with your wind speed and the height of the boundary layer or the mixing layer height we call. So the ventilation coefficient, if it is high, it is conducive for the dispersal of pollutants. And if it is low, then you have higher pollution levels. At that note, I would also like to point out that you would notice in the winter time, the air quality is very severe. It's generally very bad in the Indo-Gangetic plain. And it's not that the
your city have clean air, breathable air, because right to breathe is important.
Sure. Before that, Nidhi, I just want to add what Dr. Mohan talked about, this odd-even issue. We were talking about source apportionment studies, quantifying the sources which are contributing and how much they are contributing. In Delhi, around 25 to 30% PM 2.5 is being contributed by vehicles. So rest 75% would come from variety of other sources. Now within 25%, the major chunk comes from the heavy duty vehicles. So half of that goes.
The diesel, then you have large number of two-wheelers contributing to it. And in odd even, we targeted a limited fraction of the overall fleet. It was only car. So in terms of emission, we were targeting hardly 3 or 4% of total emissions. Now coming to your question about what needs to be done. Clearly, the sources in majority of urban areas are vehicular emissions, is the waste, be it construction demolition waste or the municipal waste, it's road dust, it's constructions, industries. And the areas where you don't have a good power supply, it could be gensets as well. So these are the
primarily, prominent sources that exist in our urban areas. In terms of actions that are to be taken, certainly technology-based interventions, long-term solutions should be our focus. You need to manage garbage. You need to improve public transportation. You need to have infrastructure to handle construction demolition waste. So unless until you have this technology based, we have now 2020 BS6 emission norms for vehicles would come, fuel norms would come from 2020. In a particular vehicle, it would be almost 80% more cleaner than the previous generation vehicles. So when you have large number of these new vehicles on the roads, old vehicles go out of the road, from vehicle sector you expect improvement to the tune of 80%. So these are long-term solutions in addition to public transportation. Now during this interim period, what needs to be done is to enforce, to make sure that we pollute less. This road dust is a major contributor, almost 20-30% comes from major sources. So that is to be handled. Power plants, we were talking about science-based policies. You in your initial remark talked about that. The sulfur dioxide emissions, when you measure in the ambient air, you don't find it as a problem. But then this sulfur dioxide gets converted to secondary particles. So the particular problem that
Welcome all to this segment of program Clean Air Technologies. As we know that individual and community awareness is very important in order to mitigate the air pollution. In this regard, we are going to have a series of startup technologies which are contributing their technologies in the field of air pollution. The first one is Nuthan Labs. It is the first technology-based incubator under SENSE, that is Center for Nanoscience and Engineering, under ISC Bangalore, which emphasizes on nano-based technologies in air quality measurements.
I am Dr. Shivashankar. I am on the faculty of the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering of the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. And I am very pleased to tell you that our center is the home of a technology business incubator in nanotechnology funded by the Karnataka government. So, this technology business incubator is meant to establish I am very pleased to tell you that the
Welcome all to this segment of program. Welcome all to this segment of program Clean Air Technologies. As we know that individual and community awareness is very important in order to mitigate the air pollution. In this regard, we are going to have a series of startup technologies which are contributing their technologies in the field of air pollution. The first one is म्यूट करो ना, हाँ कर दिया। अभी शेयर करना है ना। कहाँ पे? नहीं आ रहा है। नहीं आ रहा है वहाँ पे। शेयर, हाँ शेयर आया, शेयर साउंड, हाँ शेयर साउंड, हाँ शेयर साउंड ठीक है। ऑप्टिमाइज फॉर वीडियो क्लिप, हाँ ठीक है।
I welcome you all to this segment of program that is Clean Air Technologies. In this, we are going to come across various startup technologies which are working in the air quality management field. As you know, individual and community awareness plays an important role in air pollution mitigation. So in this regard, the first video we are going to see is of Nutan Labs. Nutan Labs is the first technology-based incubator under the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering, IISc Bangalore. So let's hear about them, their technology on air quality measurements.
I am Dr. Shivashankar. I am on the faculty of the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering of the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. And I am very pleased to tell you that our center is the home of a technology business incubator in nanotechnology funded by the Karnataka government. So this technology business incubator is meant to establish startup companies in the domain of nanotechnology. I am very pleased to tell you that the very first incubatee, the first company that has been established through this TBI, Technology Business Incubator, is Nutan Labs, established by Mr. Nutan Ajjampur, and it concerns a technology that he has developed to utilize nanomaterials and a formulation to clean urban air. Now, I think all of you are aware that there is a lot of dust and pollution and smoke and all that, various problems with urban air, and it is in urgent need of being cleaned up because actually it causes a lot of respiratory illnesses and so on. And in particular in the context of COVID-19, it is even more important that we have ways in which to clean our urban air. So what Mr. Ajjampur has done is to develop a purifier for urban air in establishments outside, not indoors but outdoors, so that there is a way to clean up air that people breathe in large areas like malls and open air arenas and so on. So we hope that this technology will flower and will become an important way in which people begin to use nanotechnology to create a better environment, better living environment in urban areas. We are hopeful that this company will actually go ahead and develop the technology further, begin to deploy their technology in various parts of this country to make urban air more breathable.
Namaste, I am Nutan, CEO of Nutan Labs. which is one of the unique startup which is incubated at TBI Science, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. We are the Elevate Call to award winners from Government of Karnataka, and we are working on a unique problem solving issue, that is one of the burgeoning and one of the most dangerous problem which most of the cities in the entire world are facing today, that is air pollution. Yes, what we are doing is we have found out a solution for treating the outdoor air in the urban cities. In the most polluted atmospheric conditions, what we do is we will deploy our instruments, and these instruments in turn will clean the surrounding air by the use of nanotechnology as well as unique motorized suction methods. We have started this company recently. This is one of the startup. This particular idea was seeded in my mind when I was studying for my UPSCs, when I was preparing for my civil services in New Delhi during 2012. I faced a lot of respiratory issues, so that time I decided to work on finding out the solution for the urban air pollution issues. We took around 4 years. Out of that, 2 years we spent on the R&D, and 2 years took it for making the POC, proof of the concept. From that time we started and now ended up with one of the unique solution based on nanotechnology, and that solution was developed with the collaboration of different departments at IISc. Now we are also part of IISc and we are incubated at TBI Science, IISc. And we have got a satisfactory results, and we have observed almost 900% reduction in the outdoor pollutants. Now we are looking at deployment of this instrument, installing our smog tower at Delhi, and NPL is already interested to assist us and guide us and to conduct the validation studies for our instrument. We are working with the central government to take the instrument to Delhi, deploy there and conduct the validation studies further along with the NPL collaboration.
This is an instrument for air purification using nanotechnology. So, as previously our team members have told, this will be taking care of the Delhi air pollution as well as other air pollution in other cities. So, this device has 10 stages of purification. So, we have nanotechnology based stages, 2 to 3 stages are using nanomaterials. Like one of the stages is having a membrane. So, this membrane is having a coating of nanomaterials, and due to this coating of nanomaterials, the noxious particulate matter like 2.5, PM5 and PM1, PM0.5 also has been taken care. Because not only because of the nano-sized membrane, but also because of the coating, nanomaterial coating, which imparts a way to filter these particulate matter. As well as we have developed a new material. This is for the first time in the entire world that we have a liquid nanomaterial. So nanoparticles has been dispersed in the liquid, and this takes care of the gases like not only PM particulate matter, but also gases like nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. All these gases are also having a problem in most of the cities. So these gases can be taken care, absorbed by these nanomaterials in liquid form, and we have found out through our studies using electron microscopy as well as using other characterization facilities from Indian Institute of Science. We have found out that this is excellent absorbing these materials. So this is a perfect example of how nanotechnology can be useful for taking care of air pollution. So also we have used extra additional coatings of carbon-based nanocarbon materials at the end of this, so which will take care of the smell issue or any other which is being not absorbed by the nanomaterials. These nanocarbon will be taken care. So I am happy to be associated with this team. I also got my knowledge and training from Indian Institute of Science. Previously I was a postdoc from IISc, Bangalore.
One of our team member has explained you about the technological part of the instrument. Now I would like to talk about the economical part of the product. Whatever the smog towers which have been built across the world, like so many other countries, people are developing the smog towers, they are all very expensive, and expensive for the product as well as for the maintenance also they are very expensive. Ours is a nanotechnology, unique nanotechnology based, novel nanotechnology based product which will be highly economical, and whatever the filters we are using can be used for more than 1000 times. We have made a unique nano fluid as a filter. So that also can be used for many times than whatever the other filters which are available currently in the market. Regarding the cost, if we compare with the foreign, they are very expensive. Like our cost is almost 100 times or 50 times less than whatever the existing costs which the other country people are making. The most of the metropolitans where the people are suffering from too many other diseases due to air pollution can be curbed, and then by deploying these instruments, and moreover this is a made in Bharat, it's a make in India product. We require the support from the Government of India for deployment of these smart towers in the various urban cities or metropolitans in India. Now we have already been supported by the Government of India, like indirectly, like Indian Institute of Science has been supported us. Government of Karnataka has been funded us for bringing out this project, innovative project. I would request the Government of India people to support us in implementation of these kind of innovative products in curbing the air pollution.
Thank you, Nutan Labs and team, for your technology. The next video in this series is by SOEM Ecotech firm, which uses leader-based technologies in the field of dust monitoring and measurement. The following video showcases about their technology.
Hello, I am Harsh Dikshit. I am from the Ecotech. Today I will speaking with you about the Integro LiDAR network. This is a turnkey solution from the Ecotech with the powerful potential to monitor dust and particulate, display data in real time, and provide feedback to trigger on-site dust suppression systems. We have developed this Integro LiDAR in response to increasing concern from government, corporates, and communities around the world about the health and environmental impact of dust mitigation from number of industrial activities. Ecotech used this Integro LiDAR network to monitor the number of sites in Western Australia on behalf of the Australian government. We have drawn on more than 40 years of our experience in air pollution monitoring to design this state-of-art solution to incorporate LiDAR technology, dust and meteorological station, and Aerodis software to accurately monitor and measure, report and control dust emission sources and track the dust dispersion. This system empowers regulators, institutions, authorities, and companies with the real-time information they need to inform effective and targeted dust management measurement. Today I am going to briefly take you through the key components of the Integro LiDAR and how they work. The LiDAR, means light detection and ranging instrument, is a vital part of the network as it accurately measures dust emission sources and dust movement over the scanned area. Most critically, this overcomes the limitation of fixed dust monitoring stations where detection is delayed because the dust must first move towards the station. LiDAR uses the light detection and ranging via laser with a 360-degree radius. It measures dust and radial wind speed in real time, and it has wind vector measurement at multiple heights. The LiDAR takes a snapshot measurement of dust backscatter at pre-configured gates along its line of sight. The spacing between the gates is programmable, structured to best measure and record dust activity across the total distance. The scan speed can be varied with lower scan speeds, producing higher resolution images of a dust plume. The LiDAR configuration is easily modified allowing scanning scenarios to be selected to target a specific area of the site. LiDAR will detect the actual source of any dust plume within the 10-kilometer hemispherical scanning area. The fixed station, or you can say it fixed monitor, can provide complement data for reporting to the regulator. This includes dust stations and meteorological stations. The integral radar network also uses these fixed site station measurement to correlate the scanned LiDAR data to determine the mass concentration of particulate. The Aerodis software logs data from the fixed dust monitors and calculate a median average dust concentration every hour. This median average is used to correlate the LiDAR optical data. A minimum of 5 monitors is needed to calculate an accurate average. The weather station is used to accurately determine the site wind conditions. Temperature and humidity data from the station is used to optimize the LiDAR settings. Ecotech Aerodis software correlates the data from the LiDAR and the monitoring stations to determine the mass concentration levels of dust dispersion every 5 to 10 minutes. Reports are displayed on a web page in a graphical format. The data can be displayed on the web page in the real time as a polar plot that is colored with the highlights the mass concentration of the dust plume. Data can also be displayed in profile to indicate the vertical dispersion of a dust plume. Reporting can also include a live video visualizing the aerosol plumes recorded by the LiDAR technology. I am playing a small video. It is in a fast forward mode. Please go through it. Once you have the data to understand what is going on, there are numerous dust management measures that can be implemented. For example, these are some of the measures that can be implemented to a port site at the Port Hedland in Western Australia. Choosing the most effective options and even the very specific timing of implementation of those options is greatly influenced by the real-time information that is received from the LiDAR technology and Aerodis software. In addition, Ecotech has developed interface software that allows Aerodis to provide automated feedback from the LiDAR network to the facilities programmable logic controller means PLCs to automatically trigger dust suppression equipment around the facility. This is achieved by transferring data from the fixed site monitors to the facilities PLC via Modbus. The dust can be used for controlling water sprayer at predetermined site. Control logic we are using, a dust hotspot is highlighted by a LiDAR scan, then water cannon in the vicinity of hotspot is activated. By quenching hotspot early, it is expected that the size of dust plume will be reduced or not developed. Aerodis will use wind speed and wind direction data from the weather station in the control logic, activating the upwind cannon. Cannon activation will also be based on the mass concentration levels determined during the LiDAR scan. There are numerous advantages of implementing the LiDAR network. For industry, this includes reducing dispersion or materials and developing equipment and process plans to respond to the dust trouble spots. With the aerodis control interface, dust suppression response can be automatically triggered. For government and community, the data can be used to inform future zoning and expansion of both residential and mining areas. Most importantly, it enables government and community to reduce the health risk by developing safeguards, having full visibility of hazard levels in real time, and providing information needed to regulate for the future. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions or would like more information about the Integral LiDAR network, please visit our Ecotech website www.ecotech.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecotech and team, for your contribution in the dust management. The next startup is Envirotech Instruments, which are known to develop indigenous technologies in the air quality monitoring. The following video showcases about various samplers used in the air quality management system.
Namaskar. Greetings to all. My name is S.K. Gupta. I am the chairman of Envirotech Instruments Private Limited. In this short video, I am going to apprise you of the efforts made by Envirotech in last 4 decades toward development of indigenous technology for monitoring air pollution and air quality in India. The effective thrust to these developmental efforts really started in 1981-82 period, when the Air Pollution Act was passed by the Indian Parliament. This act mandated that all industrial units must check their emissions and keep them within limits. They were asked to seek consent to operate from their state pollution control boards. This necessitated need for monitoring these emissions. And scenario in the country was that there were no instruments available anywhere in the country. At present, at that time, all the instruments were being imported into the country. And India is a large country, and it was really not possible to implement the act without the availability of instruments and with only few instruments available from the Western countries. At that time, Dr. G.D. Agarwal was member secretary of the Central Pollution Control Board, and he tried to develop these instruments or obtain these instruments from various organizations in the country. And when all his efforts failed, he decided that he will encourage private entrepreneurs to come forward and start developing these instruments, which are vital for the implementation of the Air Pollution Act. He realized that without the availability of instruments, it will be just impossible to implement the act. I was one of his students at IIT Kanpur and did my graduation from there. He also contacted me and pushed me almost literally into this activity. And I, along with 2 more colleagues from IIT Kanpur group, started a small group and took up this challenge to develop indigenous stack monitoring and stack emission monitoring system. In our effort, Dr. B. Sengupta of Central Pollution Control Board provided the able guidance, and we were able to produce India's first stack sampling system within 3 months and successfully demonstrated before all the chairmen and member secretaries of the state pollution control boards. With that development available, the instruments, due to their simple design, ease in operation and maintenance, they became extremely popular and ultimately became the backbone of emission monitoring in the country. over next 3-4 decades, we developed various models of this equipment with different varying features to suit various environmental conditions in our country. A turning point in the development of technologies for air quality monitoring came in 1991 period, when the entire world, including US EPA and WHO, came out with the findings that the total dust which we were measuring from high volume samplers is not entering our body because it was getting arrested at the nostrils, and only the respirable portion of this dust was entering in our body. Therefore, they recommended that we should measure the respirable portion of the of the dust if we really want to understand the impact of dust on human health. So there was a strong, and we all felt that there would be a strong need for a respirable dust sampling device, which would be able to measure this respirable portion of the dust present in the DSP. Envirotech again took up this challenge, and with the help of scientists and engineers from NEERI, the National Environmental Engineering Research Institute at Nagpur, which is Government of India's CSIR lab for research in the field of environmental engineering, and developed a 2-stage fractionating system, which we adopted into a sampler. And this sampler became very compact and small in size and field worthy. And because of these strong features of this sampler, this became very popular. And over the next, and even today, next 4 decades and even today, this is really the backbone of our air quality monitoring program. Our National Ambient Air Monitoring Program, initiated by Ministry of Environment, Central Pollution Control Board, was greatly facilitated with the availability of these samplers, because and all the 790 stations set up by Central Pollution Control Board and many hundred monitoring stations set up by state pollution control boards, all 17 category of industries, and most of the consultants, nearly 500 in numbers across the country, started using this sampler to collect data on the respirable dust during their EIA studies. We are very happy that the design of this sampler was liked by several Asian and African countries, and they adopted this sampler in their monitoring programs, and this really established Indian capabilities to the Western world. At the advent of the 21st century, new findings by US EPA and WHO revealed that most of the dust from this respirable portion is also not able to reach deeper into our lungs. The bulk of this dust gets retained in the upper trachea of our body, and the problems and reduced lung function capacity. So they recommended to all the societies that this fine fraction of the respirable dust, which is normally called PM2.5, should be measured on a regular basis. US EPA developed a very simple design, impactor-based design, and put this design in the public domain and urged all the countries to adopt that design so that the monitoring across the world of PM2.5 particulate matter is done in a uniform manner. In India, Envirotech took this lead and developed the sampler, and nearly more than 2,500 pieces of this instrument now is in use throughout our country for monitoring PM2.5. Further findings of US EPA and WHO established that ultra-fine particulates, which is normally called PM1, penetrate deeper into our lungs. In fact, they are carried into our blood vessels. And when they are carried into our blood vessels, they also carry along with them toxic heavy metals along with them. And those toxic heavy metals get circulated into our body through that blood circulation. So they are really the most critical and harmful particulate pollutants present in our dust. So a need arose or will arise very soon that we must start measuring PM1 particulate matter in the ambient dust. IIT Kanpur, Professor Tarun Gupta, a professor there, developed a very simple design and has produced a small video on this sampler, which I would like you to share.
हमारा जो शोध बेसिकली हुआ वो इसके ऊपर हुआ कि हमें इन पार्टिकल्स को बाकी जो पार्टिकल्स हैं उनको साइज सेग्रीगेट करके इनको सेपरेट कर सकें और एक्यूरेटली इनको हम मेजर कर सकें कि इनकी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन कितनी है।
प्रोफेसर तरुण गुप्ता ने सैंपलर को लेबोरेटरी के वैट और ड्राई एरोसोल जनरेशन सिस्टम पर टेस्ट करने के बाद आईआईटी कानपुर कैंपस और देश के विभिन्न शहरों जैसे दिल्ली में भी परीक्षण किया।
एक और एफर्ट जिसे कहना चाहिए कि जो बड़ा पाथ ब्रेकिंग एफर्ट था 2016 में फ्रेश हुआ एनवायरटेक के द्वारा, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया, उच्चतर आविष्कार योजना, एंड दे एनकरेज IITs in our country to take up frontal research for developing indigenous technologies which would be beneficial for the communities and for the country. They awarded a project to IIT Delhi, IIT Madras and Envirotech to develop indigenous sensors for use in low-cost sensor-based systems for monitoring PM 2.5, CO and NO2 in the ambient air. All these sensors are currently imported in the country, and they are also not very appropriate for India's tropical environmental conditions. Therefore, it was considered that if these sensors get developed within the country, then country would be able to use these sensors within India and also provide these sensors to different countries, whosoever is developing sensor-based systems. One of the biggest advantage of sensor-based systems will be that they will be able to empower communities at local level to monitor air quality themselves. If this happens in our country, this will be a revolutionary change in monitoring air quality in our country. I would like to show you a small video on the prototype developed by IIT Delhi and IIT Madras, which will soon be commercialized by our company for future use in our country. A very special feature of these sensors which are being developed by IIT Delhi and IIT Madras is that the PM 2.5 sensor is based on holographic technique. That means besides giving the particle size and its concentration, this will also be able to show the size and shape of the particle which is getting measured. And once we know the size and shape of the particle, it will help the health professionals to really understand the impact of these particles on the human health. This would be a very path-breaking development, and it will bring in a greater understanding on understanding the impact of particulate matter on the human health. Another development which I would like to briefly inform you is about the odor measurement. In our country, there are, due to the pressures of urbanization, a lot of residences are getting closer to the industries, landfill sites, oil and gas outlets, swamps, marshy grounds, STPs and ETPs. They bring a lot of odorous smell due to the presence of various kinds of substances. Therefore, a need is there in the country to monitor these odors present in the atmosphere and take corrective actions or remedial actions so that the residences or residential communities can be protected from such hazards. Envirotech has joined hands with IIT Jodhpur and Dayalbagh Institute of Engineering and Technology, Agra, to develop this device. This device is expected to be available in the country for commercial production in early 2022. Friends, this was the small glimpse of the developmental efforts made by our company. Envirotech is doing its best to meet the country's need for monitoring, and extremely grateful for the Government of India, research and academic institutions in the country, and the overwhelming support it has received from large users from the community. Conservation and upgradation of air quality is the sole mission of Envirotech, and we will continue to strive and work towards it in developing new and new technologies and producing new instrumentation in this field of air quality monitoring. Thank you, and we look forward for your support in times to come.
Thank you, Envirotech team, for your contribution in this field. The next startup is by Jal Technologies Private Limited, which specializes in the embedded systems. Prakriti is one such device which is capable of tracking, measurement, and monitoring the air pollution.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, myself Vignesh, the co-founder and CEO of Jal Technologies. It is an IoT company, and we are into environmental impact startup based out in Surat. Using our technology, we are monitoring the environmental health of more than 15 million people. Here with me, my director and founder, Mr. Alpesh, joined this session. In COVID era, we are more conscious for our health, and we know pollution kills a huge number of people. And adopting the right practice, we can save 10 million human lives every year. Why do we get sick? I'll tell you one of the possible reasons. We unconsciously breathe 20,000 liters of air every day. We have absolutely no control what we breathe. We know only source of human body contamination is either air, water or food. We do have better control over water and food, but not on air. Yeah, it's a big problem, but which is impact a lot. Let's see the key challenges with us. There is an absolute low awareness among the general public, less monitoring station to generate a data point, lack of information for key pollutant and past history, health impact and revenue loss. Environmental pollution infected most part of the world, and India also highly affected by it. The global environmental monitoring market is 16 billion in 2018 and forecast projected to reach 29 billion by 2026. What are the solutions? I would say the lack of information is the biggest bottleneck, and there is a huge data vacuum when it comes to environmental data. We realize there is a huge number of low-cost hardware need to be installed across the multiple locations and generate data and evaluate it. And that's how we reach closer to identify the real problem. In India, CPCB and respective SPCBs is the responsible body for environmental study and protections. So far, they install less than 100 monitoring stations across the country, which is either A or B class cities. What about the other area of India? What about the rural? They can't add more because the present environmental monitoring solutions are sort of old technology working on an analyzer-based principle, and it's expensive in setup and operation maintenance. It's required a high electricity and high ground space to install. Do you think this is sustainable and scalable solution at all? I can say no. We can see almost entire map are red or a partial red are the potential market for us. 2019, India government launched a National Clean Air Program, a time-bound national level strategy to tackle increasing of air pollution. They selected 102 cities for do a pilot run. The government aimed to reduce 20 to 30% of PM2.5 and PM10 concentration by 2024. Government has allocated enough budget for the same. This is an immediate opportunity for us, and we do have 102 cities and consider 20 units to be installed in each city. So total immediate serviceable available market will be 100 million INR. The second same is a corporate CSR fund, which is 72 million INR. We already acquire a list of corporates who have a good spending for environmental sustainability. Let's talk for the solution part. So what we do, we develop a smart, simple, cost-effective and highly scalable solution. It's a sensor-based tech device having a deep learning algorithm, low power solutions. Our hardware is capable to monitor all the important environmental parameters like dust particles, greenhouse gases, radiation, noise, odor, and lot more. Let's see the quick comparison: sensor-based device versus a conventional technology. Our solution is 95% more cost-effective in setup and operation maintenance, and it's not required any additional power. Let's talk about our business model. Government and corporate institutes are our target customers. We do have direct approach using our marketing team, and we do have channel partner network like system integrators, validating agencies, environmental consultant, and turnkey contractors. We do have CapEx and OpEx, both the models. We do operate CapEx model to direct sales with government and institute via channel partners. And we do have OpEx model for government in case they don't want high capital investment and going through tedious and lengthy tender process. We offer monthly rental model on each installation for 3 to 5 years contract. Our solutions work on the CI model. CI is like collect the data by installing device. We analyze and visualize data by applying AI and ML. We do define actionable insights to customer, to policymaker and stakeholder. Based on the action, we help them to understand impact analysis of that action. We started as an IoT company, and we moving toward an AI-driven platform where we see a good opportunity in upcoming time. Working on an AI platform which create a street-by-street pollution mapping. So just imagine when you go out, our app will suggest you pollution-free route for your travel. Also, this platform help you to take decision for rent a house or buy office, home, select a school for your children, or any place where you're going to spend more time. Our solution can help to say how many more years aid in your life if you choose to stay at that location. This is possible with environmental AI platform. Our data platform visualize and analyze this data in the form of actionable insight, prediction, forecast, automated report, smart notification, suggestion, and lot more. This solution is being installed for a pilot run for a smart city and infrastructure projects in major cities like in Surat, Mumbai, Delhi, Silvassa, Daman, Vadodara, Rajkot, and overseas New York, Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and few more. Let me show you the real case study of Silvassa region, where we installed a 15 unit of different location including residential, commercial, industrial area respectively. And after collecting a data of 1 year, we suggest a few causes of pollution and its impact. So based on that, they draft a policy for traffic, industries and real estate which lead them to reduce NO2 and PM2.5, and its impact clearly visible on new data collection. Let's talk for a second important product, which is Prakriti Light. Prakriti Light is the world's smallest cone-size personal air quality tracker, which is directly connected with mobile charging port. It's a metal handcrafted passive device which getting power from your mobile phone and give you IAQ, which is indoor air quality data for your surrounding air. It is extremely lightweight of 25 grams and measures 7 important parameters like IAQ, temperature, humidity, VOC, equivalent CO2, air pressure and noise. Data can be seen in your mobile application, and it's also have a features like past history, smart suggestions and community sharing features. It can be easily carried in your pocket, and it's highly recommended to those people who have extensive travel and also for the people who suffering from respiratory disease or asthma. It's a B2C product, so we started selling on Amazon.in Launchpad platform. We are a team of 12 which are engineers, designers, software and hardware developers and environmental experts. I did my BTech electrical, have a 17 years experience in marketing and management. Alpesh did BTech computer, have experience more than 12 years in IT and software. Mahendra did BTech EC and excellent in IoT product development. I'm very happy to announce that we are selected by Shell, an oil and gas giant company, for that E4 Shell Track program in February 2020. Now Shell is our partner and mentor, and our partnership help and boost our scalability and trustability among the customer. In last few months, we are highlighted in India's most trusted media platform like Amazon, Your Story, INC42, Times of India, Startup India, and some more. We are on a mission of making our environment understandable and predictable so that we can take a relevant step to control and reduce pollution. If you want to join the movement and make this world a better place to live, come join hand with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jal Technologies Private Limited team for your contribution in this field. As it is always said that air pollution occurs in the outdoors, but very few of us know that air pollution phenomenon has its effect indoor as well. Clerico is one such firm which works on indoor air purification systems. So let's hear about their indoor air purification system in the video followed by.
Hi, we are Clerico. Clerico is short for Clean Air Company. We are a B2B air quality management company, and we help spaces like offices, tech parks, malls, schools, colleges, etc. in ensuring clean air indoors. We take our tagline, that is clean air guaranteed, very, very seriously, and we have developed technologies to enable that. First of all, let's understand why indoor air purification is important. So we all know that air purification is a big requirement because air pollution is responsible for a lot of deaths every year. It's a public health issue. But what most people are not aware is that while most of the polluted cities in the world are in India, but the indoor air quality is the bigger concern. Indoor air can be 3 to 5 times worse than outdoor, and we spend most of our times indoors. So which means that if we can solve indoor air, we can save a lot of lives. And also from a productivity point of view, clean air has been documented to improve productivity of people. So which means that offices with clean air will have more productive employees. Educational institutes with clean air will have more productive students. So there are very strong reasons to have indoor air purification. But within the post-COVID world, what has happened, that there's a certain urgency to have it. Because WHO has also acknowledged that COVID-19 can be airborne. And with things reopening and companies wanting to reopen their offices, employees are afraid to come back to office. And it's a very valid fear, because if one person gets COVID-19, they can transmit to a number of people, even their families. It's very important to have air purification right now. So now that we need to understand what is the correlation between air quality and COVID-19. So there is a case study from a restaurant in China. So we can see this blue dot here. This person A1 is an asymptomatic patient and sitting in a restaurant with an air-conditioned restaurant. So what is happening here is that this person is exhaling and breathing and talking and coughing. Whatever he is doing, he's exhaling his droplets in the air, and the same air is being recirculated indoors. So other people around are also inhaling the same air and they can get infected, and that is what has been documented here. And on January 24, this A1 got started showing symptoms, and then on these respective dates, other people started showing symptoms. So two big takeaways from this case study is that when air is recirculated within the same room, the chances of transmission increases. And it's not just about COVID-19, any kind of airborne bacteria or virus has the same property. And it is very important to understand that fine particulate matter like PM2.5, PM10, which are fine dust particles not even visible to a naked eye, act as a carrier for these viruses and bacteria. So it's very important to have high efficiency purification for them. So now with the very strong reason to have air purification, what has happened is that for safe reopening, the nodal body, which is called ISHRE in India, has recommended some steps to have to ensure safe reopening of buildings. So there are five broad steps. First of all, it's very important to have air quality monitoring so that we understand the data. Second of all, like I said, it's very important to have high efficiency filtration for particulate matter so that we can reduce the flow of the viruses in the air. Thirdly, it's very important to have monitoring of filter life, which basically means that ensuring that the filter is actually performing at its optimum level. Fourth, it is very important to have ultraviolet germicidal irradiation technologies in the air handling units, which is called the AHU. So these are basically ultraviolet lights which can kill and inactivate viruses, bacteria on the filters and the coils of the air handling units. And thirdly and lastly, but most importantly, like we said, we need to reduce recirculation, which basically means we need to increase the fresh air intake. So these 5 steps broadly have been finalized to ensure that the buildings, when they are reopening and calling back people, are safe for people to operate in. Now, when a facility manager who is basically managing the commercial spaces decides to have air purification, so he faces with a lot of problems. So we have taken a standard example of a 3 lakh square feet building, which you can imagine as a 5-floor, 6-floor office space. So first problem with having air purification is that it is extremely expensive. So which basically means is that for a 3 lakh square feet building, they have to spend 1.5 crore on day one, and then there are huge recurring running costs. Secondly, most of the technologies available are not retrofittable, which basically means that all the entire HVAC system, the fan, the motor of the air handling units, each central AC unit has to be replaced in order to upgrade the system. So this is very expensive and hassle, full of hassles. Thirdly, even after doing all this, it's very difficult to make people feel the change in the air quality or assure that it is safe to be in that kind of air. So there has to be a data-driven approach here. So what is happening here is that we have identified the solution problem, and we have also, based on our understanding and a lot of market research, we understood that the ideal solution would be to have air purification in an operational OPEX models. There should not be any high capital expenditure involved. A fixed monthly fee of 5 to 10% of the maintenance fee would be the ideal sweet spot for a facility manager. So for a 3 lakh square feet building, 3 lakh rupees per month roughly. Secondly, The product and the technology has to be retrofittable, which means that it has to go and be compatible with the existing HVAC system, because there is no way that they're going to change it, overhaul it. And thirdly, there has to be a data-driven approach where people are able to see the clean air data across different television screens, and that is exactly what Clearco has done. So this is our product, this is our solution that we are offering to our customers. So I'll just take a moment to explain the technology and what we are exactly doing here. So on the left hand side, we can see the existing air handling units, which are basically large blower fans with coils and motors and ducting, which are basically circulating the air in the entire building. So with these air handling units, the problem is that they already have very low efficiency filters, which are not designed for air purification. They are only designed to keep the equipment safe. So we are upgrading these filters to our filters. So before doing that, we are analyzing the air quality data. So we are putting this IoT air quality monitors, which can measure air quality in real time. We also put these filters, which are specially designed for retrofittable applications. So these are high efficiency filters with a very low hindrance to airflow. So since the hindrance to airflow is very low, the entire fan and the motor doesn't need to be replaced. So this is where the technological innovation we have brought. We have been able to develop and design these filters and use filter material which are high in efficiency but low in hindrance to airflow, as opposed to most of the filters out there which are high in efficiency but they're also high with the resistance, which makes it very difficult to retrofit them. And thirdly, we are also putting in ultraviolet germicidal irradiation between the filter and the coil to irradiate the coil and filter, so that any COVID-19 virus or any other virus and bacteria is stuck in the filter and the coil can get neutralized. We are along with this, what we are doing is that we are also crunching a lot of data. So we have put sensors on the filters which can monitor the filter life, and they can tell us based on the air quality data and the filter life data that when the filter needs to be replaced or whether the freshen needs to be taken in, etc., so that we can produce on the right hand side, we can see the results that we are able to deliver. We are able to deliver a very high efficiency filtration of particulate matter. We're also able to ensure optimum CO2 level and reduced microbial load on the air. So this is the patent that we have. We have a patented system where we are able to predict the operational life of an air filter. We also have 2 more patents in process, which is around the automation of the entire ventilation system. So this is the technology that we have developed and we are offering to our customers. It is a plug and play air quality, end-to-end air quality management system without any huge capital expenditure. This is the technical data on our filters. This is basically useful for our customers when they want to evaluate the exact parameters and the performance that we are able to deliver. This is a rendering of a dashboard. We can see the real-time PM2.5, PM10, CO2, volatile organic compounds data. We can also download reports and generate alerts through it. Our UVGI system is also state-of-the-art technology which we are using to basically take care of any kind of microbial deposition on the filters and the coils. These are some of the case studies that we have done. We can see the before-after bacterial count from 1,000 to it has fallen to 2. This air quality report, you can see the total viable count from 142 it has fallen to 28. So these reports are testimony of technology of a technology working. We're also offering API integration through which our customers can showcase the air quality data across any smart television screens. And these are some of the case studies that we have successfully. This is from October 2020. This customer has been our customer for more than 1 year. So despite rising pollution in Delhi NCR region, we have been able to maintain it within the safe levels. This is what the guarantee means. And we are able to achieve very good results. Same case here, the middle line is basically air quality of a room without Clearco filters, and the blue line is the air quality of a room with Clearco filters. We can see the difference in the performance, and the light red line on the outer side is the air quality outside. So this is the difference of between Clearco and non-Clearco filters. And lastly, and most importantly, it is very important to understand that regulating carbon dioxide is very important, because it is a very important metric to measure how much fresh air is there. When we inhale, when we breathe and exhale CO2, and when CO2 levels go up, it basically means that oxygen levels are coming down. So when fresh air is taken in, the recirculation will be reducing and the CO2 levels will also be within control. Thank you for your time. So this is Ayush Jha, is my co-founder and CEO of the company, and I am Udayan. I am the co-founder and operations head for the company. Ayush and me are school friends, and we have been running the company from last almost 2 years now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clerico team, for your contribution in the indoor air purification. The next video series is about high volume 2.5 sampler developed by CSR NPL New Delhi.
Hi everybody, I am Shankar Agarwal from National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi. So here, this is high volume PM 2.5 sampler, which NPL has developed recently. And this technology we have transferred to one industry called Environmental Solutions. So this is the final product, what we have developed. So if you look at the high volume sampler, if I can open it, I can show you the impactor which we have developed. Impactor means through which we can get only PM 2.5 particles. Then high volume means the flow rate of this sampler is 1130 liter per minute, which is called high volume. So this technology developed and then it is transferred to one industry, and our Honorable Minister Harshvardhan ji has launched this instrument in 2018 August. So now I can show you the detailed technicality of this instrument. In this instrument we have a PM10 inlet where we get a PM10 particle first. So PM10 particle first separated, and then this is impactor what we have developed. Through this impactor we can collect PM 2.5 particles. So if I explain you this is the impactor what we have developed. If you look at this impactor, here we have a nozzle. So we have about 140 nozzle through which air is passed through this impactor, this nozzles, and then after that we have an impactor plate here. You can see this plate. And then the bigger particle, that means the particles, those having size from PM10 to more than PM 2.5, they will stay on this plate, and then PM 2.5 or less than PM 2.5 particle will collect on this filter. Then after this impactor we have a filter. From this filter we collect PM 2.5 particles. And then as usual we have a mesh, metal mesh, and then blower and then controller. So I will show you also the inside design of this instrument. So this is its controller. It has many features. For example, airflow controlling mechanism, and also timer, auto cut, and also we can see how much volume it has sucked for a particular time period.
Thank you, CSR NPL team, for your contribution. The next series is about Nirdur, a multi-fuel improved cook stove, which aims to use less fuel with lower emissions.
CSIR NIRI's focus has been on clean environment for healthy living. Nirdur, rated as one of the best cook stoves in terms of thermal efficiency under the 2 kilowatt domestic biomass stoves, is successfully being used in many parts of the country. The improved combustion chamber design helps in lower fuel consumption and emissions. A multi-fuel stove with hybrid operation modes, Nirdhar is certified to meet the newly developed cook stove emission standards by Bureau of Indian Standards and approved by MNRE. It has efficient power output of 0.81 to 1.7 kilowatt and its thermal efficiency is as high as 30 to 42% against conventional cook stove. Emission reduction is more than 60% both for particulate matter 2.5 and carbon monoxide emission PM 2.5 and CO emissions. And the additional features of the development is more than 50% fuel saving.
Thank you, Neri, for your remarkable contribution. The next video in this series is a device called Vayu, that is Wind Augmentation and Purification Unit by National Environment and Engineering Research Institute, that is NEERI, Nagpur, in collaboration of IIT Bombay.
Vayu. But the bigger contributor to air pollution than domestic sources are the vehicles and resuspended dust. Urban centers across India are witnessing high levels of air pollution near traffic junctions especially. Vayu, Wind Augmentation and Purification Unit device has been designed in collaboration with Industrial Design Center at IIT Bombay. Vayu can tackle air pollution at high traffic zones.
We are testing this device at different locations in Delhi, and we found that it removes particulate matter 50 to 60%.
The device works in two stages. The first stage uses a fan to suck in air around the device, which contains all kinds of pollutants like particulate and gaseous matter. The air post this enters into a specifically designed chamber where carbon monoxide and volatile organic compounds are oxidized using patented catalyst system and UV lights. The purified air is let out into the atmosphere. The same design and capacity device performs differently at the different sites due to different particle size distribution and pollution load. It can be customized to suit the need of local area air quality hotspot. It is important to monitor the air quality around the factory areas where pollution can be substantial. CSIR NEERI uses high-end equipment and technical know-how to keep the air pollutants under control in the industry.
As the pollution in metro cities like Delhi is rising day by day, Vayu is a good initiative by government to reduce pollution.
I think it's pretty easy to find autos and buses in Delhi than to find air to breathe. It's really polluted over here, and this brings us to some devices that like Vayu, which purifies our air and let us help us breathe the oxygen that we need every day.
Thank you, Neri and IIT Bombay, for your contribution in this field. With this, we have come to the end of the Startup Technologies series. I would like to extend my gratitude towards all the startup technologies for taking the painstaking job in order to come up with the videos. Definitely, this startup technology will definitely help the society to mitigate the air pollution problems. Thank you.
खत्म हो गई खत्म हो गई
एंड फॉर ऑल तो नहीं करा था, कुछ ऑटोमेटिक हुआ था ना, बस आगे तुम लाइव में म्यूट कर दो।
So now we will start our next program, which is based on street play act, which is also known as Nukkad Natak. So this is the only way of mobilizing common people by mix of vocal, music, and sometimes dance performance. So let's start with our first street play video, which is based on theme of air pollution, performing by students of Gokuldham High School.
Good morning. We are the pupils of Gokuldham High School and Junior College, and today we are going to present a street play on air pollution.
हम है पोल्यूशन और ये है पृथ्वी, इस पर हमारा कब्जा होगा।
नहीं, तुम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते।
इसमें मेरा साथ देंगे मेरे साथी CO2।
मैं हूँ कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड, मैं हूँ सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड और हम हैं पोल्यूशन के असिस्टेंट्स। नहीं, तुम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते। तुम मेरा रंग छीन नहीं सकते मुझसे।
हम ऐसा कर चुके हैं। चलो शुरू हो जाओ।
पीयूसी करवाओ 100 रुपए में पीयूसी करवाओ। ले लो गर्मियों में ठंडी ठंडी आइसक्रीम, चॉकलेट स्ट्रॉबेरी भी। मुझे आइसक्रीम चाहिए। और नहीं पीयूसी करवाते हैं। पीयूसी आइसक्रीम नहीं, पीयूसी करवाएंगे। आइसक्रीम पीयूसी आइसक्रीम। हाँ पीयूसी करवाएंगे। आइसक्रीम 100 रुपए की।
अरे कट्ठे जा रहे हो? अबे क्यों रोक रहा है? अरे गाड़ी के कागज तो बताओ। कागज ये ले। ये भी है, ये भी है। अरे वो कहाँ है? क्या कहा? अरे वो ही। अरे क्या? अरे वही पीयूसी वाली पर्ची 100 रुपए की।
हाँ वही पीयूसी वाली पर्ची जो तुमने उस चौराहे पे नहीं करवाई और मैडम को आइसक्रीम खिलाई थी।
आइसक्रीम उठाई तुमने, तुम भी फाइल करो। समझ रहे क्या? अरे दे दो इसको यार, निकालो इसको। 200 पर्ची बना दो। पर्ची बना। अरे 1000 अब भाई ना गाड़ी बराबर स्पीड पे। नाम है चूना पांडे, पीयूसी नहीं कर रहे तो पड़ेंगे घंटे।
रुको, क्या ये सब जो हो रहा है सही हो रहा है? आपने अभी तो पुलिस वालों को पैसा देकर दफा दफा कर दिया, पर क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि इस पर हमारे वातावरण का क्या प्रभाव पड़ता होगा? वायु प्रदूषण का सबसे बड़ा कारण गाड़ियों से निकलती हुई धुआं है। अगर ऐसा ही चलता रहा तो एक दिन हमारी धरती तबाह हो जाएगा। देखिए अभी आगे क्या क्या होगा। कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड वापस आ गया है, सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड भी वापस आ गया है, और हम जैसे गैसेस ईंट जैसी गाड़ियों से निकल रहे हैं जिनका पीयूसी नहीं हुआ। नहीं हुआ, नहीं हुआ, नहीं हुआ। मैं हुआ अस्थमा। इन जैसे गैसेस मुझे जान लेते हैं और मैं लोगों की जान लेता हूँ। बस बहुत हुआ। ये सब मनुष्य का ही किया धरा है। अगर पीयूसी नहीं करवाओगे तो इन जैसी खतरनाक बीमारियों का सामना करना। इस जिंदगी से सफर है तुम्हारा, तो पीयूसी करवा नहीं जाना। अरे तुमने कोई नया मूवी देखा क्या? नहीं यार। अरे इधर क्यों आए थे? अरे कृष्ण देखने आए थे ना। अब पर बिन का है, इधर कहीं फेंक देते हैं, क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
ये वापस कचरा क्यों गिरा दिया? तुम्हारा घर समझा है?
कहाँ फेंकेंगे?
कहाँ फेंकेंगे क्या?
उठा लो।
उठाओ क्या? बार बार उठाओ, यही काम है मेरा। अब मैं इसे जला रहा हूँ।
चलाओ चलाओ और कचरा जलाओ। इसका होगा तुम्हीं में प्रभाव। जहाँ होगी आग वहाँ होगा धुआं, और जहाँ होगा धुआं वहाँ होंगे हम। अरे कैसे हुआ?
सब ठीक बा।
अरे इस बार फसल बहुत अच्छी हुई है।
हाँ पता है बा, बहुत पैसा भी कमाए इस बार बा।
पर ये घुसना क्या करे?
जला देते हैं।
अरे तो प्रदूषण होता है ना।
अरे अंग्रेजी मत जानो, हिंदी में प्रदूषण कहते हैं, प्रदूषण।
अब वही प्रदूषण।
हाँ चलो, अभी गर्मी भी चाहिए ना, थोड़ी बहुत ठंडी हो गई आज से।
हाँ
अच्छा अच्छा।
शहर तो हमने पहले ही तबाह कर दिए हैं। अब सिर्फ गाँव ही बचे थे, उसमें भी हमने आतंक मचा के रखा है। मम्मी मेरे को पटाखे चाहिए। मम्मी मुझे भी पटाखे चाहिए। कौन से पटाखे चाहिए? मुझे फुलझड़ी चाहिए, मुझे सब इच्छा करेगी, मुझे और फाउंटेन भी चाहिए। मिलेगी लाइट
जो चाहिए वो सब मिलेगा। मोहल्ले में पता चलना चाहिए कि सिंघानिया के बच्चे पटाखे फोड़ रहे हैं, और पटाखे फोड़ो बच्चों।
चलाओ चलाओ, फोड़ो फोड़ो। दिवाली नहीं, दिवाला निकालो। आज तक तो ओजोन में बस एक छेद था, हम और भी बनाएंगे। दिवाली। और कैसा है भाई?
सब ठीक।
सिगरेट तो दे।
यार मुझे भी एक ही जिंदगी है भैया, हुक्के मुड़ा दो। क्या हुक्के मुड़ा दो?
रुकिए, क्या आप जानते हैं आपकी सेहत के लिए हानिकारक है? और क्या आप जानते हैं वातावरण के लिए भी हानिकारक है? तो क्या आप प्रदूषण रोकेंगे? अरे बीड़ी जलाइए, और करो और करो। इनके फेफड़े तो पहले से खराब हो गए हैं, और बाकी का काम तो हम करेंगे। हम इनको ट्यूबरक्लोसिस देंगे, आंखों में जलन देंगे, दिल का दर्द देंगे, और बाय 3 get 1 फ्री में अस्थमा भी मिलेगा।
सर वो जो पुलिस से माल आया, सर उसका क्या करना है?
उसको गोडाउन में डलवा दे।
सर पर गोदाम में जगह नहीं है, पुराने सामान से भरा हुआ है।
तो पुराने सामान से भरा हुआ है ना, तो उसको खाली करवा दे और नई जगह बनवा नए माल के लिए।
सर पर अगर उसको हटा के जलाते हैं तो उससे बहुत प्रदूषण होगा। ऑलरेडी आसपास के लोगों से कंप्लेन आ रही है कि बहुत प्रदूषण हो रहा है, ऊपर से हमने वो मशीन भी नहीं लगवाई है जिससे प्रदूषण कम हो। ये तो गवर्नमेंट के भी खिलाफ है सर।
तुम तो मेरे साथ इतने साल काम किए, तुम्हें अभी भी नहीं समझ में आया। प्रदूषण है तो मैं हूँ तो तुम हो। अगर प्रदूषण नहीं रहेगा तो मैं नहीं रहूंगा, और मैं नहीं तो तुम नहीं। इसलिए बेहतर ये है जो हम आज तक करते आ रहे हैं उसको आज भी करें।
ठीक है सर।
क्या प्लान? प्लानिंग चल रही है। मैं पीसीबी यानी पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल करती हूँ। मेरी कंपनी के स्टैटिस्टिक्स से पता चला कि आपकी कंपनी सबसे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन करती है, तो इसलिए आपको यहाँ का फाइन भी देना होगा और ये कंपनी भी बंद करना।
लगता है यहाँ नहीं रही है, थोड़ा पैसों का लेन देन, थोड़ा दाम, अपना दाम तो बताइए।
क्या लेन देन की बात? क्या लेन देन? जेल जाना है? जाना है जेल?
ये तो हम बहुत सालों से करते आ रहे हैं, इसमें क्या बुरा है?
क्या बुरा है? आपको नहीं पता? ज्यादातर जो पोल्यूशन होता है ये फैक्ट्रियों की गैसेस से होता है और यही हमारे वातावरण की हवा को जहरीली बनाती है और यही हवा हम अंदर लेते हैं। इससे सर दुखाव, अस्थमा और खतरनाक बीमारियों का हमें सामना करना पड़ता है। छोटा प्रदूषण भी आप पे गहरा असर कर सकता है। आपकी छोटी सी छोटी गलती भी इस दुनिया को नष्ट कर सकती है।
बढ़ते हुए प्रदूषण के कारण वातावरण का टेम्परेचर बढ़ता ही जा रहा है। इसके कारण ओजोन लेयर में एक छेद भी हो गया है। उसकी वजह से हार्मफुल यूवी रेज हमारी धरती पर आ रही है। उसके कारण पोलर आइस कैप्स पिघल रही है और उससे फ्लड्स भी बढ़ रहे हैं।
आजकल पोल्यूशन इतना बढ़ चुका है कि एक सांस लेना भी दिन में दो पैकेट सिगरेट पीने के बराबर है। एयर पोल्यूशन से इंसान को लंग कैंसर, आंखों में जलन और स्किन डिसीजेस होते हैं।
आजकल इतना प्रदूषण है कि ये केमिकल जाके बादल से मिलके एसिड रेन हो रहा है, जिसकी वजह से ताजमहल हमारा पीला पड़ रहा है और जमीन में जाके वो एसिड जहरीली फसल उग रहे हैं।
लेकिन अगर ऐसा ही चलता रहा तो मेरा क्या होगा? ये जहरीले गैसेस एक दिन मुझे तबाह कर देंगे। What is the solution to this pollution? Solution.
गाड़ियाँ एक मुख्य कारण है पोल्यूशन का। अगर गाड़ियों से निकलने वाला धुआं कम किया जाए तो धरती को बचाया जा सकता है। तो पीयूसी करवाएं, धरती बचाओ। पटाखे हर दिवाली पर चलाए जाते हैं, पर इसका नुकसान क्या किसी ने सोचा है क्या होता है? हाँ, इससे बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान होता है। इंसानों के फेफड़े खराब कर देता है। तो पटाखे ना जलाएं और इंसानों की जाति को बचाएं।
फ्लोरोकार्बन से बचो और प्लास्टिक बैन करो। पेड़ लगाओ, धरती बचाओ, रिन्यूएबल रिसोर्सेज का उपयोग करो। फैक्ट्रियों को शहरों के अंदर बनाने के बजाय शहरों के बाहर बनाओ। गवर्नमेंट ने लॉ बनाया है कि एक इंडस्ट्री जितना धुआं निकालती है उसके हिसाब से उसको कार्बन टैक्स पे करना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन गवर्नमेंट लॉ बनाती है, इम्प्लीमेंट तो करती नहीं।
इम्प्लीमेंट करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। प्रदूषण कोई करता है, उसको रोकना बनता है। काम गलत कोई करता है, फिर ना उसको चलता है। यूसी ने करके तोड़ शो, कचरा जलाया तूने, तोड़ शो, धरती को प्रदूषित किया, तोड़ शो, इसलिए प्रदूषण हटाओ, धरती बचाओ।
Thank you very much Gokuldham High School and the students and teacher for creating best theme of the act. And our next group is Ananya Sharma, who will be performing on street play act based on a theme of smog, Delhi air pollution. So let's have her video.
Pollution in Delhi, who are we supposed to blame?
Your time has come. No prayers can help.
Please don't do this, please. I'm begging you, please. Don't do this to
डीजल के ट्रक नहीं चलेंगे, नहीं चलेंगे, नहीं चलेंगे। फसल जलाना बंद करो, बंद करो, बंद करो। कंस्ट्रक्शन पीरियड बंद करो, बंद करो, बंद करो। नो मोर ब्रिक मेकिंग। Keep the ban, keep the ban. Health your profit. Health first, health first. This is Rao Shivaji reporting live.
Yes, I have to see a friend is really unwell.
Oh, what happened?
He got attacked.
What?
By the man monster.
No! No! There is no way you're going there! It is so unsafe there!
To understand,
टीवी पर देखा है कैसी खबरें आती हैं? नहीं, तुम नहीं जाओगी? नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं जाएगी। हाँ।
Ma, that is the solution. I have to go.
अरे जाने दो उसे, let her go. अब घर पे बैठे अभी कोई solution नहीं है।
अब मैं क्या ही बोलूं यार, मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा।
You're right.
मैं वो हूँ जिसे तुमने बनाया है। मैं वो धुआं हूँ जिसे तुमने जश्नों में उड़ाया है। I'm the smoke that hovers upon you, that was shed, slowly, gradually, taking your every breath. You need to kill me before I kill each and every one of you.
It doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it
Home to nearly 19 million people is among the world's most polluted cities according to the World Health Organization. The dense blanket of smoke even forced the Indian Medical Association to issue a public health emergency, warning and urging the administrators to finally curb this menace. So till the time we decide to do something against it, the killer is bound to return again.
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Thank you very much, Ananya Sharma and her group. Keep your work going on in awareing the people on impacts of air pollution. Thank you, Ananya Sharma. So now we will have another street play act based on the performance of Sevadal unit number 109 with Sachin Savaria as their contributor. So let's have their video now.
अभी होनी है भाई होनी है अब बात पते की होनी है सुनो सुनो भाई सुनो सुनो बात पते की सुनो 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 भाई सुनो सुनो बड़ी समस्या सुनो सुनो
अरे भाई क्या समस्या हो गई जरा हमें भी तो समझाओ
कहीं प्लास्टिक कहीं प्रदूषण कहीं प्लास्टिक कहीं प्रदूषण यहाँ प्रदूषण वहाँ प्रदूषण जहाँ भी जाओ वहाँ प्रदूषण
मॉर्निंग वॉक पे जाओ तो पोल्यूशन,
घूमने जाओ
तो पोल्यूशन,
घर से लेकर दफ्तर तक
पोल्यूशन ही पोल्यूशन।
आलू ले लो, मटर ले लो, अरे भाई गाजर मूली टमाटर ले लो, सब्जी ले लो सब्जी, ताजी ताजी सब्जी। कम कम मैडम कम कम, आइए मैडम आइए, अरे कम कम मैडम।
अरे भाई पहले ये तो बताओ इतना स्मेल और ये प्रदूषण कैसा है?
अरे वो सब छोड़िए मैडम, ये तो हर रोज की बीमारी है। आजकल तो यहाँ पर सांस लेना भी भारी है।
मतलब
मतलब फैक्ट्रियों में जाओ तो उनका धुआं, कारों का धुआं, और आजकल तो लोग कूड़ा भी जला देते हैं। प्रदूषण से हो रही बीमारी, ले डूबेगी जान हमारी। प्रदूषण से हो रही बीमारी, ले डूबेगी जान हमारी।
तरक्की की क्या बड़ी कहानी, वायु प्रदूषण बड़ी निशानी।
कम ब्रो, कम। क्यों ब्रो, आज से हमारी दोस्ती पक्की। आज से मैं अपने घर का कचरा आपके घर में नहीं फेंकूंगी और आप अपने घर का कचरा मेरे घर में मत फेंकना। यस ब्रो, आज से हम लोग सारा कचरा जला देंगे। यस।
अरे क्यों कर रहे हो इतना प्रदूषण, सांस न ले पाओगे एक क्षण।
तुम लोगों का यही रवैया ले डूबेगा सबकी नैया। तुम लोगों का यही रवैया ले डूबेगा सबकी नैया। भाई आज से तो मैंने ठान लिया है, मैं पर्यावरण में बिल्कुल भी प्रदूषण नहीं करूंगा।
अरे भाई साहब, कोई आपके सामने प्रदूषण करेगा तो आप क्या करोगे?
कुछ नहीं भाई साहब, बस थोड़ा समझाएंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, कुछ भी नहीं। अब आप ही बताइए, अगर आप अपने घर में प्रदूषण करेंगे तो आपकी पत्नी को बुरा नहीं लगेगा? अरे क्या हो गया?
भाई साहब, टीवी ही तो नहीं है। अरे नहीं, टीवी है, बस गुस्सा होके माइक के चली गई है। क्या बताऊं, एक बार जब ऑफिस से आया तो गलती से जब फोन जेब से निकाला तो गलती से सिगरेट का पैकेट भी गिर गया। कहती है सेहत का जरा भी ध्यान नहीं रखते हो और वातावरण को प्रदूषित भी करते हो। रोज का नाटक है। छोड़ के चली गई साहब, छोड़ के चली गई।
पत्नी को बोला कम, देवी जी बोली नहीं।
देवी जी बोली नहीं। देवी जी बोली नहीं।
अब क्या करें?
बच्चा, धूम्रपान करते कभी नहीं तो पत्नी जाती नहीं।
तो पत्नी जाती नहीं। तो पत्नी जाती नहीं।
तो भाई अब चाहते क्या हो, गाड़ी चलाना भी छोड़ दूं क्या?
तो पटाखे जलाना भी छोड़ दूं?
तो मैं सिगरेट पीना भी छोड़ देता हूँ।
हमें खुद ही समझना होगा, हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा पौधे लगाने होंगे और पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को बढ़ावा देना होगा।
और रही बात धूम्रपान की, तो उससे ना तो केवल हमें नुकसान होता है बल्कि हमारे आसपास वालों को भी परेशानी होती है।
कोई सिंपल फॉर्मूला बताओ।
फॉलो
PCR।
P for prevention,
मतलब ज्यादा से ज्यादा पेड़ लगाएं।
C for control,
मतलब चूल्हे की गैस से खाना बनाएं।
R for reduction,
मतलब रेड लाइट पे गाड़ी बंद करना ना भूलें।
also reduce the consumption of fuel.
Be the part of solution, not the part of pollution.
कम भाई, कम पोल्यूशन करे कम।
अरे रुको, कम से काम नहीं चलेगा। प्रदूषण को बोलो नहीं, कसम ले लो आज यही।
प्रदूषण को बोलो नहीं, कसम ले लो।
प्रदूषण को बोलो नहीं, कसम ले लो आज यही। प्रदूषण जो बढ़ रहा है, नई बीमारी गढ़ रहा है। प्रदूषण जो बढ़ रहा है, नई बीमारियां गढ़ रहा है।
Beat the pollution of mind. Beat the pollution of mind. Be human, caring and kind. Beat the pollution of mind. Be human, caring and kind.
प्रदूषण बाहर हो या अंदर, दोनों ही हानिकारक होता है। प्रदूषण बाहर हो या अंदर, दोनों ही हानिकारक होता है।
Environment needs solution. Beat air pollution. Environment needs solution.
Beat air pollution.
Good afternoon, sir. Can we bother you?
Sir, shall we start?
Just a minute.
Is there, right?
Yeah, yes, a minute.
Good morning, good afternoon. So, Dr. Rajivan, can we start?
I think he's having a meeting with somebody. Just a minute.
Sure. can just check and.
Yeah, let me. Namaskar. It has been an excellent couple of 2 days of this clean air event. But as we all know, all good things must come to an end. So we have come to the volatility section of the clean air event of the IISF 2020. And this event really created a lot of buzz. There were about 1,500 participants from various parts of India. And this event was able to sensitize the masses about the increasing air pollution problem across the country and its possible implications on human health, climate, and other activities. I now request the Director, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Dr. Ravi Nanjandaya, to give his remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal. Dr. Harshvardhan ji, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences. Dr. M. Rajivan, Guest of Honor, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science. Unfortunately, I think Shri Shivdas Meena ji, Chairman, Central Pollution Control Board, could not attend the valedictory function due to some other preoccupation. Dr. Gopal Iyengar, Dr. Jagveer Singh, Dr. Sachin Gude, Dr. Shiv Narayan Nishad, all dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is again a pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the valedictory function of Clean Air event of 6th IISF. This event was organized by IITM MOES in collaboration with CSIR and Vibha. As you're all aware, the India International Science Festival is a platform to showcase India's science and technology to the world, and also to make the common citizen, especially the younger generation, aware of the latest progress in Indian science. One of the themes this year was clean air. We are proud to be associated with this theme. MOES, as you all know, has endeavored to provide information about air quality through its work on research and forecasting on this important topic. As part of the events, we had talks, shows, and panel discussions on a wide variety of topics. The topics included the impact of air quality on health, the nexus between traditional methods and modern techniques on clean air, and panel discussions on challenges to future policymakers, academicians, and policymakers on improving air quality and mitigating the problems related to it. To encourage startups, there was an exhibition on various clean air techniques. In addition, there was a video competition and an essay competition on this topic, and also virtual street plays. The response, as Dr. Gopal Iyengar pointed out, was overwhelming, especially from the young students. About 1,500 registered, 850 students took part, of which 750 in essay competition and 100 in the short video competition. In each session, more than 100 participated. I thank all those who participated in the event. I again welcome you all to the valedictory function. Dhanyawad. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर रवि रंजन दया। हमारे माननीय मंत्री डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन जी की कर्मठता एवं प्रेरणा से हम सभी को डीएसटी, डीबीटी, सीएसआईआर, एमओईएस, आईसीएमआर और विज्ञान भारती हम सब मिलकर इस कठिन और चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में सारे वैज्ञानिकों, स्कूल के टीचर्स, कॉलेज के प्रोफेसर्स और स्कूल और कॉलेज के छात्रों और जनरल पब्लिक के सहयोग से ये छठा इंडिया इंटरनेशनल साइंस फेस्टिवल के विश्व रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न कर पाए हैं। We now seek the blessings of our honorable ministers to take the future course of action based on this clean air event.
Air pollution is the most significant global environmental challenge that has an adverse impact on human health, economy, environment, and other sectors. Today, I am addressing you all on a subject that impacts the lives of each one of us. It is a subject close to my heart, and I have been advocating and implementing several programs and initiatives in the last 2 decades to fight this menace of ambient air pollution. Air pollution has increasingly become a serious concern for a populous country like India. In addition to metro cities, the medium and small towns have also started witnessing an increase in air pollution in recent years. Accelerated growth in industrial activities and urbanization have together contributed to suffocating pollution. This necessitates a need for an actionable and implementable solution to mitigate air pollution. India is committed to creating a clean and pollution-free environment. We are a signatory to various global accords to ensure the abatement of air pollution and also control climate change. In this regard, our government has launched the National Clean Air Program as a short and long-term national level strategy to tackle this problem in a comprehensive manner. The Clean Air activity in the India International Science Fair is about sensitizing the masses about the increasing pollution problem across the country and its plausible implications on human health and climate. The activity was planned to sensitize the citizens about their green social responsibility to curb air pollution and inspire our children to become green Sainiks. We have tried to use this platform to showcase clean air technologies, startups, and innovations in this field. This event has also provided a suitable platform for interaction amongst non-governmental organizations, civil society, citizens, and academic and R&D institutions to discuss opportunities and challenges to address the problem. I'm sure that the event has provided some actionable and implementable solutions too. I'm hopeful that the activity has been able to achieve the objective with which it was envisaged and has generated enough curiosity as well as awareness about the issues surrounding air pollution. You see, we all want clean air, but it takes a concerted effort to get it. We have to take individual initiatives and remain self-motivated to be able to overcome this pollution challenge. Luckily, there are more options than ever before for reducing your carbon footprint and keeping harmful pollutants out of the air. By incorporating positive steps into our lives and supporting a lifestyle that helps conserve energy, we can guarantee clean air for the future. For instance, we must walk, cycle, carpool, or take public transportation wherever and whenever possible. We must reduce heating needs by making our house more energy efficient. We must say no to wood fire burning. Most importantly, we must reduce, reuse, and recycle. There are more than 100 simple things that each one of us can do to keep the environment clean and healthy. In the last tenure of the BJP government, I had the good fortune to implement some innovative programs that can help reduce pollution and clean up our environment. During my tenure as the Union Minister for Environment and Forests, I launched the Green Good Deeds initiative to promote environmental awareness and to mobilize people's participation in the conservation of the environment. The Green Good Deeds initiative is about simple, practical steps that citizens can perform in their day-to-day life towards the protection of the environment. My ministry created a dossier of about 1,000 small activities and acts that we can all perform to ensure a healthy and clean environment. So let's do these. I urge you all to treat the growing air pollution as a subject of utmost importance. Be aware of the challenges ahead and contribute to the battle against pollution. My sincere thanks to the IISF team for visualizing and organizing this extraordinary event. And best wishes to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have always been an inspiration to all of us in the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Earth Sciences. We'll continue to take your guidance in implementing whatever recommendations and implementable actions that have come out of this two-day clean air event. Once again, I thank you, sir, for your kind words. I now invite Dr. M. Rajivan, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, to give his remarks.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. First of all, hearty congratulations to IITM, Dr. Ravin Nanjundaya and Sachin Gude and their team for organizing this important side event on air pollution and clean air. As in the inauguration also told, also just now, Honorable Minister has informed, suggested that air quality or clean air is an important agenda for our discussion. It's a part of the sustainability like water or health. It's also part of sustainability clean air. And hearty congratulations for conducting the two-day session on clean air. I am very sure that good deliberations were done. And I also understand that a lot of competitions are also held as a part of this event. And I'll be very happy to see your report, recommendation, especially recommendations on what the committee, what the panel experts have recommended for us to implement, especially on S&D matters. Of course, policy, we are not, our Ministry of Science may not be really interested because we have a ministry called Ministry of Environment and Forest who is responsible for implementing the policy issues and etc. policies. Whereas MOES will be very happy to see the recommendation as part of S&D intervention. So we'll be happy to take up projects as well as take up any studies, scientific studies related to air pollution. With this, once again, congratulations and wish you all the best for all the participants. I am very happy to see that there are a lot of young participants, especially college students and school children are also participating in the discussion, in the competitions. And I think we should really create more awareness about the air quality problems among the school students. And ultimately, what we need is we also need to include some kind of content in their curriculum to teach them how to, whatever the Honorable Minister just now described. There are many small actions which we can take on our day-to-day life, which can ultimately reduce or minimize the air pollution. So such kind of messages should go to schools and students, colleges, and also could be part of our curriculum. That's what my last comment. So with this, I will stop here. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Today, unfortunately, due to other pressing commitments, Shri Shivdas Meena, IAS Chairman, Central Pollution Control Board, could not be with us for this function. I now request Dr. Sachin Gude to play his recorded message.
Namaskar. Dear participants, to be present in the India International Science Festival 2020. This festival brings together stakeholders various client India and global welfare. And clean air is a common concern today. PM10 with vegetables in single and what's to your
I'm sorry, we had some issues with the recorded message. Hello? Hello? Hello. So in the meantime, we'll move ahead with the announcements of the winners of the essay and video competition. For the essays, we had participation from 650 participants. That's a very big number. And so the top 3 winners are, the first prize goes to Ayesha Praveen from Navy Children's School, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. I repeat, first prize, Ayesha Praveen, Navy Children's School, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Second prize, Anuradha Mohitkar from Nagpur, Maharashtra. Second prize, Anuradha Mohitkar, Nagpur, Maharashtra. The third prize, Saujanya JS, DAB Senior Secondary School, Mogappair, Chennai. The third prize, Saujanya JS, DAB Senior Secondary School, Mogappair, Chennai. And they have got 5 consolation prizes: Kshitij Agarwal, Upasna Chandra, Geetika Saini, Arun Kumar Datania Manubhai, and Kumari Ruby. So all these winners will be notified as soon as possible. We now come out to the video competition. There were total participation from 60 people. We received about 60 videos, and the top 3 winners are, the first prize goes to Avigyan Kishore Das from Hooghly Collegiate School, Hooghly. I repeat, the first prize goes to Avigyan Kishore Das from Hooghly Collegiate School, Hooghly. The second prize goes to Sherin Sanoj from Wayanad. Second prize goes to Sherin Sanoj from Wayanad. And the third prize goes to Ekta Kasana, Sharda University, Ghaziabad. I repeat, the third prize goes to Ekta Kasana, Sharda University, Ghaziabad. We have 5 consolation prizes: Kanishta Dubey, SRM University, Chennai; Ravindra Iligondkar Khushi, Kendriya Vidyalay, Hubli; Jayachandran Akshita, Kolkata; Pranjal Dikshit, Ghaziabad; Ariba Ali from New Delhi. On behalf of the organizing committee of IITM and the Indian Institute of Science Festival, the Clean Air event, I congratulate all the winners of this essay and video competition. I now request Dr. Shiv Nishad, scientist CSIR NISTATS, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity. Honorable Sri Harshvardhan ji, Chief Guest of the event, Guest of Honor Sri M. Rajivan ji and Sri Shivdas Meena ji, and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. First, I would like to thank to our chief guest, Dr. Harshvardhan ji, Minister of Science and Technology, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and for valuable inputs and inspirational thoughts and showing pathways to achieve the pollution-free environment. I would like to also thank to our guest of honors, Dr. M. Rajivan, Secretary MOES, and Sri Shivdas Meena ji, the Chairman of CPCB, for their valuable inputs and recommendations. I would like to thank Dr. Ravi S. Nanjundia, Director IITM Pune, for providing the support and welcoming the distinguished guests in our Clean Air event. I would like to thank to all the guests who are present today, yesterday, and today also. So now I would like to thank the Clean Air team also. What they have done was within 2 months they have organized in a successful way. I would like to big thank you to the Clean Air team. And first and last, I would like to thank the delegates, participants, students from bottom of my heart to and thank you. Thank you for all joining this Clean Air event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nishadji.
Yeah,
With this,
Gopal, can I make a small intervention? So here one of the participant was asking, will every participant will get a certificate? So I seriously recommend saying that all participants, even though they may not be winning the prizes, maybe you may consider to give them a certificate. So the certificate can be signed by Professor Dr. Ravi and Sachin Gude. And it should be given to all. It's a kind of a paper certificate. It can be scanned and sent it through them by email.
Yes, sir. We'll take a recommendation. We'll do that.
Yes, sir. Actually, we'll be providing certificates to all participants in this event.
I think you should do.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, I thank all the guests and all the delegates and participants who have participated in the two-day event. Thank you. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. Dear participants, it gives me immense pleasure to be present in the India International Science Festival 2020. This festival brings together stakeholders from various fields of. This festival brings together stakeholders from various sectors, especially from scientific community. The theme of the festival is very relevant to today's contest, which is Science for Self-Reliant India and Global Welfare. And clean air is a major urban challenge and a common concern today. Air quality issues in India largely revolves around particulate matters, that is PM 2.5 and PM 10, with lower concentration levels in central, southern, and northeast zones as compared to east, north, and west zones due to advantage of being in coastal regions and sustained rainfall. Air quality levels in the cities lying in Indo-Gangetic belt, including capital city of Delhi, are highly governed by meteorological conditions. Apart from their own emissions, transboundary dust storms, biomass burning, including paddy stubble, and bursting of crackers during festival seasons escalates the severity of the situation. Exhaustive actions have been taken in past years towards air quality monitoring, mitigation, and management, and these measures have also shown promising results. For example, in case of the capital city of Delhi, since 2016, the PM 2.5 and PM 10 levels have come down to 25 to 19% respectively. At present, Central Pollution Control Board is monitoring ambient air quality at 805 locations covering 340 cities and towns across the country, and it is being done under National Air Quality Monitoring Program. Further, 264 real-time monitoring stations have been installed in 136 cities. Data generated over years reveal that despite improvement in overall air quality, the air pollution levels still exceed permissible levels in a large number of cities and towns, especially with regard to particulate matter. Evidently, much more needs to be done. CPCB has taken up research projects such as working on SOPs for air quality management during adverse meteorology and satellite-based PM 2.5 monitoring using aerosol optical depth in collaboration with IIT Delhi, delineation of airshed for Delhi NCR, identification of hotspots using statistical model based on ambient air quality data of past years, land use pattern with TERI, secondary organic aerosol based on real-time source apportionment study with IIT Kanpur. However, extensive work needs to be initiated in areas like reliable low-cost ambient air quality monitoring, developing our own atmospheric model through multi-institutional collaboration, or identifying model which will address low wind conditions. On the technology front, CPCB has been collaborating with Department of Science and Technology in order to assess proposals on air pollution mitigation. Currently, 3 pilot projects have been initiated in Delhi under Environment Protection Charges funds to assess effectiveness of mitigation by air purification units or VAYU units for pollution abatement at 5 traffic junctions in Delhi. Pilot project on atmospheric electrification of atmosphere is being also initiated to assess its particulate matter reduction potential, and an experimental smoke tower is being installed at Anand Vihar in Delhi to assess feasibility of large to medium scale ambient air purification systems. Anti-smoke guns and dust suppressants have been suggested for construction dust management based on such pilot studies. National certification scheme has also been established in collaboration with National Physical Laboratory for certifying air quality monitoring instruments as per Indian conditions. For sustainable development commensurate with air quality goals, a paradigm shift in management equipped with technology advancement is the need of hour. Our mission should be to implement cohesive actions for key stakeholders. Our mission should be to implement cohesive actions from key stakeholders. As a step in this direction, a time-bound national level strategy for pan-India implementation to tackle increasing air quality management problems across the country in a comprehensive manner in the form of National Clean Air Program has been recently launched by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. In order to achieve the stipulated air quality levels, city action plans for 124 non-attainment cities identified as per air quality data for the year from 2015 to 2019 are being reviewed at both state and national level. So far, city action plans have been approved for implementation for 110 cities by the 3-member committee constituted as per the directions of Honorable NGT. Technical expert group to support. So far, city level action plans for 110 cities have been approved for implementation by the expert committee. Technical expert group to support activities have also been identified for these cities to suggest science-based interventions. We have to strengthen our institutional and regulatory framework to successfully implement major programs, and hence capacity building of state and central resources is critical. Further, based on emerging concerns and priority, potential areas for air quality management efforts have been identified, such as strengthening air quality information dissemination system through upgradation of air quality index, retrofitment of emission control devices in heavy-duty diesel engines, expanding confines of air quality forecasting system, and commissioning comprehensive research and development programs in field of indigenous emission factor development, innovative technologies for air pollution control in urban areas and industrial sectors, refining database on source profiles, etc. Collaborations are also needed for initiatives on household cooking and heating and municipal waste management, among others. The cooperation of international agencies on successful practices and lessons learned in implementation of air quality management efforts may be explored in this regard. We need to prepare a roadmap for management of sectoral emissions and widen up the scope for mutual cooperation with the adjoining states for solving air quality problems bottlenecks, and bring out scientific evidence-based policies and measures for air quality improvement in a cohesive manner. I am sure that during the course of the day, you would have had very fruitful discussions, and I am sure that this festival will encourage the scientific community to develop new systems, new equipments, new approaches for monitoring and management of air pollution in the country. I wish you all the best. I wish you a very happy 2021. Thank you. Namaskar.